Alright, welcome back, and give us a second. I'm gonna just bring up the board. I'm having a little bit of issues, so just give us 1 second, alright? We'll be back in a moment. We might be slightly delayed with that. We can start by looking at some stuff from Clonal. I think that could be a good way to look at this. Just give me a second, I'm gonna load it up. Alright, so still waiting on the games. They're slightly delayed, so my apologies for that. Well, should be interesting games because I think this time we will be focusing mostly on Po Yutian's game, unless something shocking happens, like, I don't know, some quick game. But I highly doubt that will be the case. I fully expect a massive fight. Alright, so sorry for the delay, but we have finally got it up. So thank you for your patience. Alright, so it's alright, here we go. So there have been some moves on board 1, Dang Anmin against Po Yuten. Both players are on 3.5. Wait, 3.5. Sorry, this is round 6. So they're on 4.5. Pardon me, I had a huge lunch. So they're both on 4.5, and the winner of this game, if there is a winner, will be in the sole lead. And if there is no winner, then there is there's gonna be a big tie for first. So obviously it's a very critical game, yeah, because if you win this, then you'll be in pole position going to the. If any one of these players wins this, they will be in pole position going into the rest day. So, okay, we have an Imzo, bishop b4, queen c2, d5. I was thinking that there would be some sort of grand fail, but clearly Poitian has decided that this tournament is going to stick with the Nimzo for the whole way. E takes, bishop g5, it's actually quite a sharp line, h6 and c5. Takes, and now g5, bishop g3, knight e4. e3 and queen a5. It's a very, very, very sharp line. Yeah. Knight e2, which is protecting the knight. It was attacked after all, and knight c3 was a big threat. That continues to bishop f5. So yeah, with this x-ray of the bishop and queen, well, it's always going to feel a little bit uncomfortable, so to speak. So bishop e5, castles, and both sides are still in their preparation, especially Poitian. You can see Poitian with an hour and 30 minutes left on the clock. He's probably feeling quite comfortable, I have to say. Alright, so yeah, let's go on to the next game. This one is definitely interesting, but it's just about starting to heat up. So yeah, certainly I expect some serious action here, but not exactly in the immediate, not exactly at the moment, but in the near future we might see some sort of explosion for sure. Alright, so let's go on to the next game. Oh, we have Lim Wei Yang. We haven't really looked very much at Wei Yang's games, but okay, it is this line, bishop f4 and knight c3, the Jobava, d5. I sort of reject the notion of the opening Jobava London, because it is not really a London. It doesn't have any of the characteristics of a London. It is not an opening that is usually played by London players, because London players just want something, you know, passive and solid and unambitious. And that's not what you do when you're playing the Jobava London. You're really going for it when you play these lines. So knight a6, e3, c6, and knight c3. Now, actually, bishop takes a6 is a serious idea. So if you were to do something like bishop d6, for instance, this would probably be quite bad, because you can take, and white can take on a6, bishop takes a6, and even something like knight a4, which will really start to control the c5 square. And basically, white's plan will be to play on these dark squares. Yeah. Alright. So, like for instance, even if e5, we can simply play just c3, castles, and well, we can play knight e2, and in the near future we're going to plonk the knight on c5. So we'll be castle first, I guess, and then put the knight on c5. So this is what white wants in these lines. So after the knight drops back, the automatic move is to drop knight c7. That's the standard way of playing. It's of course a very solid line. I don't think this is the best way to play against the Jobava system, but yeah, it's a playable line, and people have done it in the past. Alright, so we'll come back to this game very, very soon. Let's see what else is in progress for under 16. Let's look at Kevin. Wow, this game is definitely a game we're gonna look at for sure, because it is a game for the lead. Because in this under 14 category, Kevin is on 5 out of 5, and all his chases are on 4 out of 5. So there's a group of about 6 or 7 players with 4 out of 5. So if Kevin loses this game, then it will be a total mess. Everything will be open. There will be about 5 players in the lead with 5 out of 6. But if Kevin maintains his lead, then it's going to be huge going into the rest day. So knight f3, d5, d4, knight f6, c4, e6. Okay, so it's classic d4 line. C takes. Okay, I'm honestly not a big fan of this line. If you're going to take c takes d5, then why not to start with bishop g5? That much I'm not so sure about. Okay, but now he's playing g3. I really don't like this idea, because in general, you should not combine the moves g3 with e3. Yeah, and you should not combine the moves g3 with c takes d5. Because what happens is that now, okay, our bishop is stuck on c1 forever, and the bishop on g2 is sad because of these two pawns which are blocking it. So bishop g4, castles, knight bd7, b3, rook e8. Okay, so black is playing very classic, very normal chess. This is Kevin's style. He likes to play normal chess, and he likes to play it very quickly indeed. Bishop takes f3. I'm not sure I would have done that. I think I would have dropped it back to h5, because I don't see the reason for us to give up, for us to, you know, sort of take this knight at the moment. I think our bishop a4 first, but alright, b4 is classic, yeah? B4, maybe knight b6. Yeah, so maybe we can even start with a4. And our idea maybe will be to play some sort of b4, b5, or even some sort of a5. Yeah, and some knight a4 to c5 could also be an interesting way to play. So, okay, knight a4 is also interesting. Queen d6 and knight c5. I guess Kevin will probably take the knight on c5, and we'll see. Let's say, well, we have two ways to take. We can take with pawn or with rook. Let's say we take with rook. Oh, we have some options. So obviously black's position is quite solid now. Well, I mean, even a move like h5 is not out of the question. Yeah, try something like h4. Sort of try to make some play on the king side, which is so typically what black is doing in these type of positions. Okay, so I would say quite a classic sort of Carlsbad structure. Bishop on g2 is obviously a bit unusual, but other than that, not really too much I have to say. It's quite dry for the moment. But the thing about these sort of dry positions is they can sort of explode at any moment. So yeah, I'll keep an eye on this most certainly, especially since it's a very important game for the tournament lead. Alright, so yep. Give me a second. Alright, so let's go on to another game. What other games do we have? Okay, let's have a look. Okay. Well, and some interesting developments in the Po Yu Tian game, by the way. Queen a5, we left this here, right? Knight e2, bishop f5, bishop e5. This is apparently still theory. Castles, knight b4, and rook to e8. Po Yu Tian is playing this very quickly, so clearly he's still in preparation. Okay, so that is obvious. We are attacking f5, he is counter-attacking our bishop. Alright, first things first. What is wrong with bishop takes b8? That is the first thing that you should ask, I guess. Knight takes c3, check, knight e4. Alright. And the idea is that if king d1, there is some sort of queen a4 check. Interesting. And yeah, b3, I guess there is some sort of, well, there's queen a3 and just queen b2 comes up here. So that is nasty. So if the bishop were to drop back, then actually queen b2 would be absolutely nasty. Okay. That's fair enough. And if we were to block with a knight, then he simply takes back. And yeah, obviously with white king being stuck in the center, black has a very big initiative. Okay, that's fair enough. Bishop e5, okay. Yep. So after rook e8, probably have to play knight f5, yeah? Knight takes f5, rook e5. Okay, it can be check, king g7. It's a crazy line. Knight probably has to go to g4. Your rook goes back. And I guess also the knight on g4 is trapped. So there are ideas like f5. So definitely very, very complicated play in store. And there's bishop d3. And bishop d3 is the suggestion. If f5, then what happens? Then we castle, yeah? This is total madness. And this is supposedly very nice for white. For reasons I don't quite understand. Takes, and now queen b3 hitting b7. Okay. This is just getting worse and worse. This is getting more and more crazy. Somehow the computer likes white. I have no idea what's going on. But I think this is what Poyutian is going for. He's going for something that's kind of mad. And he will see whether it pays off. Yeah? Because he knows he is the higher rated player. And he knows that he probably has checked this line more than his opponent. Given that Dang probably didn't count on Poyutian having played the Nimzo before this tournament. After all, he's a Grand Fel player. So, yeah, maybe he hadn't prepped this line as deeply as he should have. And he's thinking right now. So, clearly, he hasn't done so. Not sure, maybe Rookie 8 was a new move. But I'm sure that Poyutian is blitzing. He knows what he's doing. And when he knows what he's doing, I'm generally quite confident in him. It's only when he doesn't know what he was doing, like yesterday, not yesterday, but the day before, that's when things started to go wrong. Alright, we have some interesting games. We have Isaac. Isaac was the guy we saw in French defense with a winning position, and then, yeah, then things went wrong. But he won this morning, and now he's on a bit of a comeback. Knight c6, cd4. Okay, very solid line. Bishop c4, bishop b5. This is all theory, by the way. The old main line, of course, is this. Very, very classic line. D, knight takes c5, and bishop d7. This is extremely classic. Yeah? Knight d7, queen d7. Okay, bishop e3, and line goes on. Yeah, you can play rook d8, knight c3, e6. Okay, the line goes on. It's considered extremely solid for black. But bishop d7 is the way that black is trying to play for it nowadays. There was this, of course, this very, very famous game in the World Cup. I think it was Arjun against Prague that reached this position. And Prague actually managed to win with black on demand, forced tie breaks, and eventually managed to win the match and qualify for the candidates. So, yeah, certainly. So we will see what happens. So, okay, e6, e takes e6. This is obviously very typical because black doesn't want to be saddled with this IQP. He wants to take back with a bishop and play against white's IQP. Bishop takes d6, castles, and now d5. Takes, and knight takes d5. Okay, so I guess white is okay with some sort of simplifications. My guess is that black is probably the higher rated player here. And so white is, having had a long tournament. He just wants something safe. He's alright with a draw right before the rest day, which is fair enough. Yeah, you don't want to take big risks because then, if you take too much risk and you lose, then your rest day is ruined. Yeah, and you don't want to allow that. So let's go on to another game. Because that one looks quite balanced. Oh, Shenry Herring's game. Our fifth guy, c4, g6, f3. Okay, e4, d6, knight c3, and now castles, bishop e3. This is very standard same-ish stuff. e5 is the main line, d5, a5. What? Interesting. Because from the time I was playing this, I remember the main move was something like c6. Yeah, to consider some sort of c takes d5. Yeah, because the point is you want to discourage white from castling queenside. Yeah, or rather you want to prepare to open up some stuff when white is going to castle queenside. So that's the idea of this. a5 is a new move for me. Queen d2, knight a6. Yeah, but anyway, I'm not a KID player, so I wouldn't know. Bishop d3, knight c5, bishop c2. And you go knight ge2. Okay. Right. So, I guess black's idea will be to go for some sort of bishop a6 followed by a4, or maybe even a4 right now followed by bishop a6. No, it's played queen e7. Interesting. I guess he's waiting for white to castle, and then he will decide, maybe he might play a4. That's be what I think he's going for. Although maybe white can go greedy and grab that. White is going for kingside castles. No, this doesn't look right. This cannot be right. You play f3 and then you go for like kingside castles. It's weird. Actually, that being said, the way black has set up his pieces, I can kind of get behind that. Because now I think white's strategy has changed. He understands that, okay, black is trying to set up some stuff on the queen side. So now his strategy will be, let's say black plays something like, I don't know, knight h5 is standard. Then maybe he will start with a move like b3. So here. Oh no. Queenside castles has been played. Okay, fair enough. So we don't know where he's going. Oh no, here's castle kingside. So now knight h5, I guess. And perhaps his idea will be to play on the... No. What is wrong with this? Knight h5. Queen e7, castles, knight h5. And now I think maybe the idea will be to play something like a3, b3, and b4. Actually, we can even go a3 right now because we don't need to be worried about a4 because we can just take it. And yes, black will have some compensation, but a pawn is a pawn and we'll get b4 in. So that should favor me. Now, yeah, knight h5, a3 is what we were expecting. By the way, castles has been played. No, something wrong with the analysis board. Castles, knight h5, a3, f5, and now I guess b4. And the black stuff gets kicked back. So this is actually looking like quite a nice King's Indian position. That being said, of course, you know, in King's Indians, it's never that easy. Yeah, let's say knight d7. Okay, it is still not so easy to push c5. Yeah, maybe. Okay. So I feel like we should try to support c5, but I'm not so sure how we should do that. I'm thinking of bringing the knight to d3 to support c5. So knight on e2 doesn't make that great of an impression. But I'm not sure if knight c1 allows f takes. Oh no, knight c1 allows a b4. That would be terrible. So yeah, maybe we should do something different. Yeah, maybe we can start to play in the center, something like, I don't know, rook a e1 followed by takes. So maybe if, okay, that's not possible, but let's say maybe if knight df6 we can take and play some, try to get some sort of g4 to work. Although that seems unlikely. It's not so easy, yeah? Still not so easy to play here. Yeah, I mean, this is typical King's Indian. Yeah, it looks good, but at the same time, it's not so easy to get anything. It's not so easy to push c5, and yeah, I guess we'll see what white does. Now, I think I would still prefer white here because white's attack seems to be coming. At the same time, I don't see how we should continue. It's not that easy. Okay. And neither does the engine, apparently. Okay. So we'll come back to this game, most certainly. Just give us a second. We are going to... Yep. I'm gonna bring up another board. Alright, so I'm gonna go back and look at some other games. Interesting. He has gone for bishop takes b8. We said this was not good, yeah? Because of knight c3, right? Queen f5 and knight e4. And this was looking very dangerous, yeah? No, he has not gone for bishop. He has gone for bishop takes b8. I can see the board. He has taken the bishop. I can see the bishop on b8. So he has gone for bishop takes b8. So we are going to go down this line, which is almost certainly forced. But I guess Foyutian is probably going like, what? This can't be right, yeah? And you can see his head in his hands, but he's not worried. He is getting excited because when your opponent is deviating so much from theory, then you should get excited. One thing I'm not so sure about is why he's not so playing it faster. Maybe he's just taking his time trying to remember it, because I think he has definitely checked it before. But he wants to be absolutely sure that he's playing the right thing. Because you don't want to blitz something wrong, because then you would be in trouble. Okay, so he's definitely looking at this line, knight c3. By the way, there are two ways of taking. You can take with a knight or with a queen. So we looked at queen f5, knight e4. Which actually is quite nasty, yeah? Because, I mean, we already talked about this, queen a4 check, and in b3 then queen a3. This is not an easy thing to see over the board, so you might have to remember your prep if you're gonna find these things. Or knight b3, rook a takes b8, and yeah, just fantastic compensation. I mean, computer says it's about equal, but I think I would take black any day of the week. Just look at that king on d1. It's never gonna find safety. Okay, so aside from queen takes f5, because knight takes c3 is the move, yeah, for sure. I mean, I can't really think of anything else you would do. We are down a piece after all. So we have to make this work. Knight c3, knight f5. Check. So again, we have a choice. Do we go king e2 or king d1? Let's say we go king d1. Now you play rook a takes b8. So, okay, equal number of pieces. That's the only thing we're going to look at. We don't look at pawns in these positions. And pawn on c5 is also a bit loose. So f3 seems logical. I guess you could play knight takes c5, yeah? Check, and I don't know, king g7, check, and go back to f8 or something. Yeah, it's a total mess. It is a big mess, of course. Who can say what is going on here? But all we know is that it's quite crazy. We'll see. Has he played knight c3 yet? He has not. He's still thinking. So we'll see. This one is going to get crazy. So I'm not going to speculate on which line is going to happen, because there is just too much that can happen. So let's go to another board. Right. Let's see. We've seen Kevin, of course. What else have we seen? Okay. Stephen Tan Pei Feng. Alright. Knight f3, knight f6, knight c3. Okay. This line. The Petrov 3 knights line. Bishop c4. Okay. And we're transposing to this variation of the 4 knights. Okay. Castles d6. a3. Yeah. Don't know anything about this line. Bishop g4. Okay. Bishop h5. What? Okay. So far, some very interesting play from black, certainly. Well, I guess the whole point is that you'll put a bishop on b6 at some point, I guess, and try to get knight d4. That's the only justification I can see for this idea. We'll see. Okay. Let's see who else is there. Well, we have Aino against Ashwini. This one is a big matchup, because this one will be for tournament lead. Yeah, the winner will be tournament leader. Knight c3, bishop b4. e5, c5, a3 takes. Knight e7, h4, h5. Okay, standard stuff. Knight f3. I think this is very similar to the line that Paul Yuten faced in round 1. So queen a4, queen b1, bishop e2, and now just g3. Yeah, it's the same plan as what Paul Yuten did, yeah? Someone has been studying. King f1, castles, and, well, knight h2. Okay. So I remember in the Paul Yuten game, Paul Yuten did something like knight h4, g2, and f4 or something. And yeah, it was just to stop the move f6. Oh, and his bishop was on h3. And I actually like that setup more, to put the bishop on h3 and the knight on f4. That seemed actually very nice. But okay, this also looks like a possible way to play, for sure. Knight h2, well, she's going for knight g4 to e3 and trying to push the pawn, I guess. Well, I think black should be going for f6. Yeah, that's why Poitian was putting the knight on f4, because maybe you didn't like the move f6. So I guess f6 there will be takes and knight g4. That would seem like the consistent way to play. And I guess the only way to defend both pawns is knight g8. Okay, I'm not sure if this is that good, but e5 is coming up. And this looks like very interesting play. Yeah. Okay. Now, this one is... I mean, it's also starting to heat up. And we'll come back to it once something starts to happen. Because it will happen very soon. Okay. Any other interesting games? Well, wow. Here... This is an interesting one because I was under the impression that you shouldn't do this. Takes. She played bishop d6, which is exactly what I said was what white wanted you to do. Yeah? Takes, and knight a4, exactly as I said. Knight d7. Okay, so this is an improvement over castles because you don't want to allow knight c5. But now white still plays knight f3 and castles. Okay, and you can play something like... You can even play c4. Yeah? And black is actually strategically in quite a dangerous situation. Because these pawns, okay, these double pawns, I mean, double pawns aren't weak in and of themselves, but there are some drawbacks to these pawns. Namely, you can't put the pawn on b6 anymore, meaning that this square on c5 is going to be weak in the long term. Yeah? Okay, instead I play the move c4. I'll continue with something like rook c1. I'll have very, very easy play on the queen side. And besides, now we have this bishop on c8, which is actually quite hard to develop. Yeah? So, black has some strategic problems that he has to solve. And we'll see if he manages to solve these issues. And success, in this case, very much depends on his ability to do so. Alright, let's go on to the next game. I'm liking white's position in that one. I guess that goes without saying. Wow, in Covin's game, they are just blitzing. So we left it somewhere after knight a4. Yeah? We left it here. Queen d6, knight c5. I'm not sure about that immediately. Knight takes c5, rook takes c5, h5. Okay, so exactly what I expected, yeah? Now actually, I think white could have just ignored it with b4, because I don't think h4 is that dangerous. White can just play g4, and now he's ready to play even the move b4 to b5. And if a6, then a4, and we'll continue with rook a to c1 and push the pawn to b5. Yeah, so this one looks quite nice for white. And okay, h4 is played, knight e4 takes, and this actually looks quite balanced now. Queen e2, queen g6. Okay, so rook h4 is a threat, that's why white has to play king h2. Rook e8, queen f3, and okay, black's bringing his pieces to the king side. That being said, white is extremely solid. He'll probably bring the queen to g2, and yeah, there's no real way for black to put too much more pressure. If queen f5, I can just play something like rook. I guess you put one of these rooks on c2, and wait, actually no, I'm not so sure because black has a lot of pieces on the king side, yeah. So I'm thinking maybe it may be possible to make some sort of attack. So, okay, standard way of making attack is to play g5. It's very standard in its structure. Takes queen g5. This could maybe be dangerous. Yeah? Okay, how should we continue? Because, okay, black may be thinking of the move h4. So if we don't do anything, h4 could come immediately. I'm thinking if a move like this makes sense, but maybe just h4. And now we still have to deal with the same problems. Keep in mind that our main point is that you can't really do this because rook h4 and rook g4 and the queen is lost. Oh wait, but not in this case because of f4. Okay, but takes and rook g6 and the rook on h1 is lost. Right. So that wins. So yeah, we can't do this for various reasons. Okay. So what should we do? It's not so easy. Actually here, if I was white, I would be quite worried. because the attack seems to play itself. Yeah, Black can play even something like rook g6 followed by h4. That looks very strong. And it's almost like the attack is coming for free, because White's attack on the queen side is nowhere near, coming to fruition. I think White had to have the pawn on b5 already at this point if he's to create counterplay. But now it's looking very, very good for Black. So, yeah, as if a full point lead wasn't enough for Kevin, now it's looking even better. Okay, I did mention in my predictions, which I forgot to upload, that if Kevin had a good tournament, then he could absolutely sweep the field. And it seems to me like he is having a fantastic event. He is playing good chess, and his opponents are helping him too. So that is just a killer combination. It's hard to beat. Right. So let's look at some other games. Oh no, not another London. It seems like the Mongolians seem to like to play the London a lot. Bishop d3, c5. Okay, it's this interesting line, yeah, where White lets Black take on f4 castles. Yeah, I don't really like the move c4 at all. Yeah, I feel like you have to be very, very careful about pushing this pawn to c4, because when you release the tension in the center, you make it very easy for White to concentrate his efforts onto a flank attack, namely a kingside attack with something like knight e5, pushing the g pawn, etc. So maybe something like queen c7, maybe something like even b6 makes sense. Yeah. So I would probably go for those before I would think about c takes d4. Yeah, so even something like b6 or even something like a6 followed by b5s. Not out of the question. So, okay. Bishop c2, queen c7, and now knight e5. So White's attack appears to play itself. a4, wow. So that's stopping any play on the queen side. It's trying to hinder the move b5, which is actually a lot harder to play. I feel like Black still has to try for it. He still has to try rook b8, and okay, maybe some sort of, I don't know. If White plays rook e1, then b5, yeah? Rook takes b5. Okay, and White might have to play something like queen c1, which is actually some sort of good news for us, because we are tying down opponent's pieces to this pawn. If rook a2, then Black can continue putting some pressure on this pawn, and we probably have to play something like queen c1 to defend it. Yeah, so, well, okay, bishop a4 is coming, yeah, so still White is holding on this side of the board, and he's ready to start playing on the king side, with bringing his knight to f3 and to g5. And okay, Black is not careful, let's say he plays a random move, then bishop a4 actually wins material. Alright, so in the game knight b6 was played, I'm not a fan of this, it's just too slow. I feel like now the attack just comes. Knight h4, that's interesting. Black's going for f5, but I'm not sure that is something she should be going for, because actually opening up the e file seems to be helping Black. And I can see the computer hates this as well, because I think you just take it, yeah? You just take on f5 and you open up the e file for Black. Maybe something like knight d6. Or actually maybe even better, you take and you play knight d6. Bishop drops back and you play rook e8. Why should we be worse here? Why shouldn't we be worse with these nice knights? We should not be worse, yeah? Okay. So f5 was wrong. Yeah, exactly. White should just play g4 and play g5. The engine is very straightforward and very good. You should just push these pawns on the king side. It's very clear. Yeah. Because, of course, the center is already completely closed and stable. And that is when it is time to go for a flank attack. Yeah? When the center is stable, because otherwise the flank attack can be met by counterplay in the center. But there is now no counterplay to speak of. So White is doing very well indeed. The attack almost plays itself. You play g4, g5, open this up, bring your queen to h5, and give checkmate. It's very simple. Okay, so let's go back and look at some other games. Well, okay, in the I know game, knight g4 has been played. So knight h2, rook dfa. I'm not sure about this, because now White gets knight g4. Yeah, and in order to play f5 or f6, it will be a pawn sacrifice to that pawn on h6. Yeah, so I feel like White is slowly starting to take over. She play king g2, and at some point she will go for some sort of play with f4. And okay, I mean, first things first, it's gotta be safety first for white, making sure that black can't open up this side of the board too easily. Alright, let's go on to the next game. I think this one's looking good for white. Let's go for someone that we haven't seen. Oh, this is a nice pairing. Zhang Haoxuan against Zhang Haoxuan, ZG. I don't know how I'm supposed to pronounce that. Zj. Knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, d3. So ZG is white and Zhang is black. Okay. c3, castles, h3. Pardon me with these names. It's a bit hard. So if I mispronounce them, then my apologies. h3, bishop b6, rook e1, knight bd2. Okay, very standard play. Of course, you can see both sides are going for a very similar plan because, okay, the knight on c6 wasn't that well placed, so black is trying to bring his knight to g6 and play c6 d5. White, on the other hand, is thinking of maybe bringing his knight to g3 as well and playing d4, or even putting it on e3. Hence the move knight bd2, knight f1, bishop b3, and now d4. Really? Can black take it? Why can't he take it and take this guy? Maybe he was worried about some bishop f7, yeah? Still, I don't think you should be too worried about this. From my understanding, this is not something you should be too worried about. So takes, rook takes c4. Okay, even takes, yeah. Knight g5, king back, takes, and even bishop e6. It looks safe enough. Why is it so scary? I don't understand. I think black is doing fine here. So, I think you should have done that. I think it was necessary to start with knight g3 first. And after something like h6, now we play d4. This is very standard plan for white. It's seen all the time in the Italian as well as the Spanish. Okay, so anyway, d4, king h8, and now white finally plays knight. This can't be right, because f7 is hanging. Don't understand this. I guess bishop e6 was played first, knight g3, and king h8. Okay, so I think this is what was happening. Bishop e6, knight g3, and somehow king h8. This seems more likely, because I don't think he hung the pawn on f7. That would be too much. Bishop e6. Okay, bishop c2. Well, he's trying to go for knight g5. That makes sense. He doesn't want to trade these bishops in that case. What is this? Okay, this is not what happened. White did not Volta's gambit his bishop, so to speak. This is an ID chess problem. Very much an ID chess problem. Because no one is going to sack the bishop like that. Well, there have been classical games where players do that, but usually it's some sort of protest. What? Wait a second. Bishop g5? No, this cannot be right, yeah? ED knight d5, bishop g4, bishop g5. Okay, first things first, what happens if bishop f3? Bishop d8, bishop d1. Now I guess bishop b6. Okay, so maybe this is still working out for white, yeah? I guess at the very least black can drop his bishop back and it's not worse. Yeah? Something like bishop h5. And black is not going to be worse here. I mean, there is bishop c6, but it's just, you just take back. So that's nothing. And, I mean, if bishop goes back, then okay, it's nothing also. But I guess white is okay with a draw. So I feel like we should be able to play for more than a draw, actually. So what do we do here? How can we do that? Wait a second, if bishop h2, what happens? So if king takes h2, I want to play queen takes d5. That is the idea. And this position, it will be very nice because I'm a pawn up for not... Okay, white has maybe a little bit of compensation in terms of the two bishops, but a pawn is a pawn. So, what can be the reason? Is it knight h2? Well, if knight h2, then I believe queen takes d5. Queen takes g5 is strong. So knight takes... So the queen on d1 is still attacked. And if we take on g4, then black takes on d5. And this is fantastic for black. So is bishop takes h2 just winning a pawn? It looks like it is. King h2 is the best, apparently. Queen d5 takes, and apparently after rook a d1 we have compensation. Okay, I will not debate with the computer. I'm sure it's right. Okay, maybe it's not that much compensation. As we're going deeper, computer is suggesting something like bishop e6. To me, at least, it just looks like a pawn. Yeah. Also, I don't understand why you don't go knight b6. It looks very nice. I think to me, this looks like a very nice position for black. Certainly, white is fighting only for draw. So, let's go back. I think that white is trying to play for a draw here and trying to find some sort of simplifying combination, but he may have overstepped here. Okay, so let's go back and see if there are any other games in progress. Kevin game, no new moves. Interestingly enough. Oh, okay. The under 8 goes. Normally I don't look at the under 8s because usually the quality of games there isn't that quite that high. But it seems like there is a theoretical battle. ED5, knight a5. Obviously they may be 8 years old, but I mean these are the leaders, they're not going to fall for this, yeah. No respectable 8-year-old falls for this. So he takes d5, knight a5. Okay, maybe I'm too harsh on these 8-year-olds, but you know, if you know anything about chess, you should probably not fall for this. Bishop b5 checks, c6 takes, and bishop e2, it's a line. By the way, there is of course this big line with queen f3, and there was actually some crazy game that was played somewhere here in the Teplitz Open, and I already forgot how it went. I think it was some sort of queen c7. It was crazy, but of course this cannot be recommended. So bishop e2, I mean it cannot be recommended for kids. Yeah. h6. Okay, so it seems like black is what? Okay, so stuff is going back now. Trying to join us? Do you know anything about this line? So I don't really play it with other side. Bishop e2 is, by the way, not the. By the way, the trendy line is to play bishop d3. Yeah. This position, yeah.
Pretty better.
Yeah, but the knight a5 line, of course. They may be 8-year-olds, but they're not that bad. Okay, they are pretty good, these 8-year-olds. Bishop d3 is the main move here. Yeah, the line is knight d5, knight f3, bishop d6, and there's this line where you let white take on e5, and it's kind of crazy. Yeah. I forgot it was something like this in rook e1, and I think it was like f5 or something. Yeah. Knight f5 now, knight e5, some sort of queen f6, knight f3, g5. Yeah. Something like that. That is the big line. The big line. I think this was the way. Queen f6, and you go back, and black will play g5, c4, knight f4, bishop f1, and now you play g4, and the knight has no moves, but you just sack it. Takes, and there are actually like about 20 games here, yeah, or maybe more now. I don't know. I haven't checked in a while, so maybe this is getting more trendy. But this is big line, yeah. I think the main move is knight e6. It means you must only move knight e6, and now white has a lot of tries. E5. Pretty much every single move has been tried here, but okay. The consensus is that black is doing fine, but it's a mess. Yeah, it's an absolute mess. Not sure I would recommend 8-year-olds to play this. No, would not. Absolutely not. Yeah. No, absolutely, sure. Absolutely not. I think it was an 8-year-old, I would be like, no, just play d3 here. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll play d3 also.
Yeah. Simple chess. Don't go for this crazy stuff. But okay, it's fun. Maybe 8-year-olds want to have fun. Yeah. Bishop e2. h6. Knight f3, e4. And now I guess, I don't know, knight e5 looks very risky, actually. Why is queen d4 not the move? Is it because of some knight g4? Yeah, maybe it's because of knight g4, yeah? Bishop c5. Okay. C3. What's wrong with castles? It's still the... Okay, queen g6, knight g4. And wow, bishop takes. And h5 and you get knight g4, yeah? With big attack. With massive attack. Because the point is that white has 0 development. There is actually negative development for white's pieces, yeah? Maybe not negative. This is 0 development. But this is negative development. Because it's undeveloping, yeah? It's not even development, it's undeveloping, moving it back. Yeah? I don't know.
They will think they are Carlson and then try to play that.
No, but I can understand, yeah? Knight e5 looks... Maybe she thought that knight e5, knight is trapped.
Yeah.
Which you can happen. Yeah, actually for a while I thought it was trapped, so how can I suppose an 8-year-old will see it's not, yeah?
Supposedly if you want to play this type of line, you should well prepare also because it's very,
exactly.
very sharp,
you have to know what you're doing. You can't be like, oh, I'll go for knight g5, I'll want to blunder right liver. That is too disrespectful. Yeah? I think I was telling some of my students, even yesterday I was just telling someone, I was like, you can't assume your opponent is going to blunder.
Indeed.
Because when you assume your opponent's not going to blunder, no, when you think, oh, my opponent's going to blunder, that's when they never blunder. They never going to blunder. And then when you think, oh, they will never blunder, boom, blunder. Yeah? So you have to assume that they're not going to blunder and then be pleasantly surprised. Rather than assume they are going to blunder and then be disappointed. Because it's not nice in chess to be disappointed, yeah? Okay, now this is absolutely terrible for white, yeah, because f3 is wrong. I think you had to just try and develop with knight c3, d3, whatever you want to do. Yeah, maybe just d3 makes sense, even knight c3, anything to get these pieces out immediately. Because we are lagging so far behind in development. So the last thing we need to do is to open up our king. Right?
Yep.
It is almost like black is almost asking, right, okay, come and mate me. Come and give checkmate. Yeah? Okay. I think I would actually just castle. I don't like e takes f3. Because it's like white wants to open up the center, but fine. He cannot close it anymore.
Of course.
He has already opened the flood. She has already opened the floodgates with f3. This part of the board is not getting closed anymore.
Yeah, of course.
So why to do it on her terms? I will finish development and then I will mate her.
Yeah.
There is no need to rush to give mate because the mate will come. Yeah?
Slowly
So you
but
castle.
surely.
And how are you going to get your pieces out now? You're going to take? No, that sounds ridiculous.
Yeah, knight take and then queen
Maybe you have to do this and not f3, but at least I can even do something like... Actually, bishop c5, d4. It's not so easy, yeah?
G4.
Maybe bishop g4 with the idea that after castles, we can take and play queen h4.
Yeah.
And by the way, after bishop e4, classic mate, yeah? I think even 8-year-olds can find this. Takes, check, and mate. There we go. Classic mate. Classic. Absolute classic. So, you probably can't castle. Maybe you have to play something like d3. Okay, it's still not so easy, yeah? Stuff gets forced back. Okay, maybe it's not so simple after all. But I still like this better than e takes f3. It doesn't feel right, yeah? Because now white gets castle. And the thing is that if you don't get compensation, that's black.
This will be hard for them because
Pawn is a pawn, yeah?
Yeah.
So now d4, now h3, I don't understand.
Oh, he capture.
I think this is another thing, yeah? Another point, yeah? We're talking about these kids liking to play h3 all the time. Yeah. h3 for what? You're afraid of what? Knight g4? Knight g4, then I play h3 and I kick you back.
Yeah.
Yeah?
But
Or maybe I just ignore because there is no threat.
That's queen b6. Queen b6 d5, right? So.
Yeah, I will always have d4.
d4, sorry.
So I'm not ready. In fact, maybe I play d4 now. What's so bad about this? I'll play d4.
c5.
Okay, maybe there is c5, yeah? Okay, is this so bad? I can play king h1, etc. Okay, let's see what happened. White played h3, okay. b3. By the way, rook e8 makes sense here. Knight d5, not sure.
The roller coaster.
Not sure about this. She's trying to bring a knight to f4. But if d4, isn't this knight just going to kick back with c4?
Yep.
I guess that's the point, yeah? But okay, white plays knight c3. Now knight gets to f4. Bishop b2, it's very, very loose here, whatever this is happening. It's very loose for white. I'm honestly not surprised there is some sacrifice happening, because it is looking so loose. Yeah? It is not an easy one to see, of course, but I'm not surprised. I would start looking for this stuff as well. Queen f6 doesn't feel right here, because look, you're putting your queen in the line of attack of this bishop. Yeah, there's probably no way to exploit it. Well, actually, no. I think maybe there's a point. He wants to play queen g6.
Yeah.
That's why bishop d3 happened, to stop queen g6. Otherwise, that would be nasty. So this was a good move. See, these 8-year-olds, sometimes they can play some very nice chess, yeah? So, yeah, knight d3, queen g6, knight to e4. Okay. Yeah. Bishop c7, and now knight h4. Wow. Black's pieces are getting forced back, yeah? Queen h7, I guess you play... Well, I want to get knight f5, so maybe I'll go queen f3, and knight f5 will come. And actually, it turns out that, really, this move with bishop d3 is very, very good.
Yeah.
It's a very good move. Because the point is, we can't allow queen g6. And it seems like black will destroy our structure. But the fact is that knight on f4 was so strong that we don't really mind actually exchanging it. Because it was so strong that we were willing to compromise our pawn structure to get rid of it. Because after all, we are a pawn up. We have, you know, more flexibility in that respect. I think queen g6 was wrong, and now white just pounds with knight e4, hitting the bishop. And now he's chasing the opponent's pieces back, yeah? So white is actually seizing the initiative. In these very complex positions and imbalanced positions, if you can seize the initiative, yeah, it's very good. And I think black misplayed it a little bit and lost the initiative, and that was a mistake, yeah? Because you cannot afford to give the initiative to your opponent in such situations. Now queen f3, rook c1, knight f5. It plays itself, absolutely. Okay, so let's go on to another game. This, by the way, bought 2 of under 8. So we shouldn't be too hard on them. After all, the other person has already lost their queen. So, I mean, under 8 bought 1 has already lost their queen. So this guy only getting her stuff forced back is already a pretty good achievement, yeah? Also, not to mention, I wasn't even playing chess at 8 years old, so yeah, who am I to laugh at them? I should rather laugh at myself, I would think. Okay. Yeah, very impressive, these kids, yeah? Some of them are playing just great chess. Especially for their age. If they were older, I would have criticisms, no question. But if you're 6-year-old, it's crazy. We should go back to the Po Yu Tian game. There have been big developments here. So, by the way, I don't think we're here for the start, right? Knight c3, because this line, this extremely classic line, very, very, very sharp. Clearly, white is also playing for a win in this game. Bishop f5, bishop e5, knight d4. Rook e8. And bishop takes b8. So we left it here, and here black takes on c3. This is what happened. Of course, it's only move, yeah. Because if you were to take back, then the knight on f5, so bishop on f5 hangs. So you can't do this. So knight takes f5, knight takes c3. And now, what happened? What did white play? Oh, no. Knight takes c3 here. Yeah, that's right. So knight takes c3. There's a discovery on the queen. White decided to play knight takes f5. Knight checked on e4. King came to d1. Yeah. And now black took rook a takes b8. Okay. Very, very interesting position, yeah? So, very, very, very sharp. The pawn on h6 is hanging, by the way, so white is a pawn up, and the pawn on h6 is hanging as well. But his main issue is this king on d1, which is gonna take a lot of moves to get to safety.
Of course.
So yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I was actually looking at some lines like f3, knight takes c5, and it gets mad. Knight takes h6, king g7, knight f5, and king f8, and now white should consider even move like h4. And if g4, h5, and they just push like this.
Yeah, yeah.
And actually it can be dangerous for black. So these lines, they are very sharp, they're very risky. Honestly, I'm not so sure about this choice from Po Yu-Tien, yeah? He doesn't strike me as, someone who loves these crazy lines. He strikes me as one of those players who likes to outplay his opponent slowly, but I don't know, I could be wrong. My read could be completely wrong, of course. And I'm sure his calculation is very good, so we'll see. We'll see about this. Okay, so yeah, obviously very interesting. We'll see what white does to come back to this game. Alright, anything else?
What's open?
Where's your student? Is this one? Yep, here we go. Azra. d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, g3, knight c3, d6. The main line is your knight e4.
Yeah,
you have to play knight e4 because otherwise it runs into queen c2.
Yeah, indeed.
And if white can get queen c2 and e4, it's actually quite nasty, yeah?
Yeah, it's very good
Because
position
you
for-
can get steamrolled by the white center
Yeah,
pawns.
yeah.
So this is the typical move. It's been known since even before the time of Botvinnik. Yeah? So it's a long time. I'm not even sure whether these players they even know who Botvinnik is.
No, no.
Don't know. I remember I was asking some of my students in the group class, I was like, do you know Smith's Law? And they're like, Smith who? Smith's Law? Who is Smith's Law? They were asking me. I'm like, damn, the kids these days. What do they even know?
They just know Carlson.
They just know Carlson, yeah. That's right. Okay, so, I mean, the whole point of this line is you are going for this sort of idea. Knight e4, queen c2, and knight takes c3. So, basically trading off a pair of knights, because obviously black is having less space, so the more trades, the better, really.
Yeah.
And, okay, I think the main move is something like d6. There is also c5, and, okay, d6, knight d7, and at some point black can play c5 as well. Can even try for e5, although with the queen on c3 that would be a bit harder. So, okay, typical Queen Indian play. Bishop d2 is also another big main line, yeah. And yeah, here there are some lines like even knight d2, queen d2, d6, yeah. And now d5 is the main move. And another big line here. Okay, so knight c3, d6, queen c2 is absolutely right. Knight d7, rook d1. I think I would probably go straight for e4 because
I will go straight for e4.
because yeah, I think e5 is already a threat, yeah.
Yeah.
And there's also another very typical idea. Let me say I play move like a6, yeah. This is an idea that you have to be careful about. I'm not sure it's working right now, but let me just like make a few illustrative moves, yeah. Let's say rook e8 and whatever, plays a5, something terrible like this. This could be an idea, yeah. d5 and let's say it goes knight e8. This could be an idea. Yeah, it's very, very typical in Queen's Indian lines. Bishop takes, and now you take on b7. And you gain this very nice bishop, the key Queen's Indian bishop, which is the sort of the cornerstone of black strategy. So if you can take that bishop on b7, it's always nice, yeah. And by the way, knight g5, black had to take because mate threat on h7. So this is a very typical idea you must be careful about in a Queen's Indian, because it happens all the time. Okay, rook d1, fair enough. And now black plays c5. dc. Okay, knight c5, bishop f4.
I don't like it.
Sorry?
I don't like it. Bishop f4, I don't like it.
What would you go instead? b4? Or
I'll go b4 maybe.
oh, interesting. Because b4 is always
I'm not
quite
sure.
double-edged, yeah, because the pawn on c4 could be a bit weak, yeah. You can play rook c8, etc. So, I mean, if we were to do something normal, then all of a sudden we could have some issues with this pawn. Yeah? Queen b3, I mean, even queen c7, yeah? And, okay, there could be some issues. We could also go for just like b3, I guess. That's also another way we could try it if we didn't want to risk it too much. Just like b3 here and bishop b2 with some sort of typical play.
Okay, it doesn't matter.
But okay, bishop f4 I think is fine. Takes queen c1. Okay, now b4, yeah? Okay, I like what she's doing. Bishop g5, interesting. I guess she was afraid the bishop would get trapped, yeah, with like e5 or something.
I'm not really sure, but
Actually, does it get trapped? Let's say we go rook c1,
yeah.
e5.
Bishop g5.
Bishop g5, f6. Does it get trapped?
Bishop h4.
Do you want to put really want to put your bishop there?
I just put it for a while.
Before a while, and then where is it gonna go to?
I played g4 and bishop g3.
Wow, okay. Oh no, rook a c1. If e5, I'm thinking also of like sacking on e5, but I'm not sure whether that works. De, bishop e5, queen c8. I don't see a follow-up, that's the thing. Maybe I just go like... No, I'm not sure. Not sure about that. Where were we? We were here, right? Okay. But I can understand why she went bishop g5, because she's afraid of this e5.
Yes.
It makes sense. Yeah? I'm not sure whether the sack works. I'm just curious. Does it work?
I think c4 to us.
It works, yeah? And then what? You follow with queen f3 or what? No, you do not follow with queen f3. Oh, and then e7, yeah?
Bishop takes g7.
Right, okay. Still, it's not so easy. Yeah? You move the rook and b4 is hanging.
Knight d4.
Wow, we just go like queen h6. And if takes, then... Wow, what's going on?
Bishop f6.
Bishop f8 though. Oh! I'm gonna give this as a puzzle to my students. This is a nice one. c5. So the bishop cannot go to f8. Bishop c5, I think you can even...
Rook takes. Bishop e1.
Bishop a1, bishop f8. Oh, I see. You play rook c8, bishop h6, rook a8, and you take b7. That's the way, yeah? This is nice. Wow, queen h4. Yeah. Is this also working? Oh, it's not that good, yeah. It's better endgame, but... Oh, but queen h4 is just almost mate, yeah?
No.
Because you do this, then really that knight hangs for nothing. And, I mean, with the king's so weak, obviously we don't want to trade queens, yeah? Also, oh yeah, and another thing, even better, we just win the queen. Rook b8, queen d4. You have to give your queen.
Yeah.
So that's why. Okay, fair enough. So if it can win pawn versus win queen, I'll win queen any day.
Of course lah.
Yeah.
And they can kill better.
The only thing is that sometimes I don't see we can win queen. That's the issue. Rook c8. You know, I think your student is playing well. I understand bishop g5.
Yeah.
Oh, f6. Because if bishop g5, I understand, yeah? Because also it's weakening the pawn on d6. So I can get behind that. f6 and queen e6, bishop f7. Maybe that's what she missed, yeah? Maybe because it's easy to think that you cannot take e6, but then there is this. So that's the tactical point. Knight d4, wow. I mean, if your student was intending that, then hats off to her, because even I cannot see that stuff like that, yeah? Knight d4, takes, knight e6. Even this doesn't look so clear, yeah?
Yeah.
It's only because of c5 threatening c6 that this is so good. Rook f8, and what happens? Wow, rook a c1.
Yeah,
This is epic stuff.
of course.
Okay, this is very nice. Because also it's hard for black to move anything, yeah? That's the thing. c6 is a threat,
Bishop on g2 is very
and it's... I think black cannot avoid losing back some material.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is strong. So maybe your student is a genius, yeah? If she saw that. After the game, you should ask her, what were you planning after bishop g5, f6? And then we were here. It can be either one of two things. She will say she didn't see f6, or she will say she saw knight d4. And in one case, she is a human, and in another case, she is a genius. So we'll see which one it
Knight
is.
d4 is very,
Knight
very
d4.
good move, very strong move.
Okay, this one human can find,
Yeah,
and it's
human.
good. It's very good. You put a
very
knight
good.
on c6.
Yeah.
The knight on c6 is always very strong in this line, and I mean there are a lot of these the Ulf Anderson games in this line, yeah, where he puts his knight on c6 and crushes his opponent.
Yeah.
Yeah, so knight c6, and this is very very strong. So you can always sort of cement that knight with b5 if you want to. So it's a very very nice position. Very classic play, I have to say. Okay, let's go back, see if there's anything else. Well, I don't think there is much developments now, so guess we can take a quick break, and we'll be back in a short while. What say you? All right, cheers, and yeah, I'll see you in about 10 minutes. Yeah. Alright, I am back, and yeah, um, well, let's see if there have been any developments in the Tian game, though. The board hasn't fully updated yet. You know, King D1, Rook A takes B8 was played, and yeah, it's interesting to see what's happened. I can see a pawn on E4. That's interesting. Well, I can't exactly see what has happened, but we're just waiting for this game to update. So we'll move on to the other games in the meantime, because there are a lot of interesting games. I think in this round there are a lot of players who are trying to play for a win. Well, actually, Wei Yang's game we left it a while ago. We left it somewhere here, and basically it was funny because I was telling the viewers that in these positions you usually should bring your knight back to c7, so you don't allow white to take it. Yeah, and I was showing them this line with bishop d6 takes, queen d6 takes, knight a4, and I was like, white gets what he wants with the c5 square. Yeah, and okay, the double pawns are not bad in themselves, but they are not ideal in the sense that because we don't have b6 to control the c5 square, and the bishop on c8 is not that great. Okay, black plays knight d7. He said, okay, no problem. I'll try to play for c5. Okay, white plays knight f3, f6, and now white plays c4. Very, very principled. And black just says, okay, I don't care. a5. Now bishop a6 is coming. And now cd, which I don't like. Yeah, because I feel like after this, you open the c file, black will get bishop a6, rook f8, and it's very comfortable. And you have also lost your very nice center. So I think there was no need to be too afraid of this bishop a6 idea, because you can just play something like, let's say, queen c2, bishop a6, and just b3. And next move we play rook fc1. Yes, we may open a c file, but if we are going to do so, we're going to do so on our terms. We're not going to let him do it in his own way. So fine, you can play rook c8, we'll play rook c1, no problem. Yeah, we'll play rook fc1. So one variation that could happen is something like this, queen d2. And okay, I was thinking of queen b4, maybe I could even take and play a3. Yeah, so I could open up the a file. Yeah, so it's almost like transforming my advantage. I was thinking maybe I can do something like this and play a3. If there was not dc, then maybe this would be good. Okay.
Here, from the opening out, after e6, knight b5, yeah, I play knight a6 of course. Then
Yeah.
after that we're going e3, c6, knight c3.
Yep.
And then here.
Yeah, they usually go knight c7. Yeah.
I'm not playing knight c7 here.
What do you play?
I have previous game I prepared bishop b4 here.
Bishop b4.
Yeah. One of my game I prepared bishop b4.
Okay, I guess it makes sense as well, because now, of course, after takes, you don't have to. You don't run into this knight e4 idea.
No.
Yeah? So that's the point. And now knight e4 could be an idea for myself.
Here,
like if I was to do this, I guess you will play knight e4, yeah?
And then in this line
castle, we're gonna take on c3, yeah?
Bishop takes c3.
Yep.
Takes and then on castle straight.
Yep. We're obviously not concerned with this pawn.
Yeah.
Okay, white plays something like c4, yeah? And
c4 I just a5 here.
Okay, and then bishop a6.
And then bishop a6.
Actually, this looks like a better version of what black was doing, yeah? Because now probably black gets the c4 square for his bishop. His knight is nicely placed on e4. Yeah, this looks fine. This looks absolutely fine. Okay. Yeah, it's still complicated. Yeah, I think we shouldn't do this queen d2. It was too much. But even just like some normal play, yeah. So you think what is normal play?
Is good.
Sorry?
I'm not sure.
What?
I'm thinking about e4, but I'm not really sure.
E4 is really interesting, but maybe it takes, yeah, and then it goes rook b4 or something. How is this?
c5?
Yeah, it's just c5, yeah. Okay, see, I'm going rook b8. I have e5 ideas.
But
it's not so easy.
Knight b2, knight c4, knight d2, knight d3 maybe. I'm not really sure.
Yeah,
but
knight b2. I think you hit e5, yeah, right away.
If e5,
Or do you not?
Sure.
Okay, a3 and knight c4. Okay, fair enough. So maybe not that. Maybe I start with this. But now knight d3 and my stuff gets kicked back. Yeah, and I don't have e5 now.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe this is good for white after all. So of course it's a bit risky to play e4, but I mean if it works, it works. Yeah. Maybe there is something else here. Maybe rook b4 is not the right way, because then c5 is helping you play what you want to play.
I think if here is.
Okay, now maybe I can play, yeah, maybe e5, yeah.
First straight away is the best, I think.
I was also thinking about c5.
C5.
Thinking if that makes sense.
If C5, I would play. 5, I think.
d5 and
just maintain the weakness.
I was thinking
on
like
C5.
rook b4 now, so you don't have that.
Before knight d2.
Knight d2. Oh, okay. Very calm. Okay, I have nothing here. Oh wait, do I have knight e5?
Yeah, knight e5. I should. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh, just in time, yeah, a3.
Yeah.
Okay, my stuff gets kicked back. Okay.
Shoot is it?
So yeah, probably e5, yeah? Okay. Still, yeah, maybe okay, now d5 doesn't work that well. Because obviously you just take it.
Yeah.
And then there's some issues along the c5.
Yes.
But if e5 we will not play d5, yeah? Maybe we can just go for your same idea with c5, which is what you wanted to do, right? Queen e6 and I don't know. Not so sure.
Not really sure.
Maybe this is a better version because we already have e5.
Yeah.
Maybe this is the way for black to go. It doesn't look too bad for sure. I don't see a great follow-up for white. Okay. So yeah, still double-edged, but certainly I think better than what white did, because after what white did, it feels like bishop a6 is just very nice for black. Yeah. I'm really starting to warm to black's position. And queen b4, I like that, yeah? b3. And now I mean, you could take, but you could also just do something like, I don't know, even just king f7, bring king to e7, something like that. Because I don't think white's going to run away from the queen trade. Yeah. So might as well leave it there, because you want white to take on b4.
Yeah, indeed.
If possible. So okay. I mean, it looks nice for black. I think black has improved his position a lot, and I don't think it should be any worse. Maybe he can even play for advantage.
Yeah.
Actually, that is how you lose as white. Yeah, you play too passively, and before you know it, your opponent is taking advantage. Okay, your student Azra Adeline takes. We were saying she had a great position with the knight on c6. But there's been huge changes in this game. a6, knight c6. Okay, b5. We were talking about this idea. d5, a4. Can black plays knight d8 trying to trade it? Of course, rook c1. Takes queen a7. Okay, so a4 is under attack. To be protected somehow, yeah? Or maybe can we like just do this and take with b pawn maybe?
Yeah.
And then just say, okay, pawn is running.
Wait.
So obviously, if you were to take, then c pawn is going. Yeah, this is impossible. Queen a6, and I even like a move like queen e7 is. Okay, it's not too bad. Yeah, queen e7. Yeah, but queen e7 is fancy. Because I want to play queen takes e8. But queen d8 is probably also working. Yeah, because my idea is this. Yeah, queen e7. Take. Not knight, of course. Queen. Okay. Yeah. Clearly better with an extra rook.
Yeah.
Okay. So you probably need to block it, yeah? So something like rook c8 maybe? Oh no, rook c8 c7. So it's impossible. Yeah. So c7, this is impossible, yeah? f6 and now I guess queen f4. And you don't have e5 because d5 pawn x. Yeah, so this would be desirable except there is this.
Yep. And then bishop e6.
Yeah, and then I'll play like queen c4 and then I go bishop e6, you're right.
Indeed.
And now you're dead.
Yeah.
So only move is I think to block with queen. Yeah?
Still queen e3.
Queen e3. Okay. I'm thinking, does it make sense to play a move like queen f4?
Queen f4 is very good. e5.
e5, then I switch over here. I'm thinking maybe now I start to hit your pawns. Because what I want is for the pawn to get to d4. Because then I will play rook b1. Because the pawn on c6 is already protected. So I want to actually force e5. Okay, I guess he has to play rook c8. This is probably quite bad, yeah? Because I mean, I can even push c7, and I have the option of. I mean, I have some ideas. Like, let's say I'm thinking of even doing this. Like, I'm tempted by even e4 to play bishop e4, bishop f1. Wow, computer loves it. Yeah, I'm not too bad at chess. Yeah, bishop e4, bishop f1, and impossible. Yeah,
Yeah.
because you are too late. d4, I go straight bishop a6.
Yeah.
You are one move late. Yeah. So just to show, the idea behind e4 is to clear this diagonal for the bishop, and we get bishop a6. Okay. Right. So queen f4 you cannot take here. I like actually queen f4. They don't understand computer suggestion of queen e3, but I can understand this one. The rook c8 is apparently necessary, but then isn't this nice? You play queen b4. Yeah.
It's much more.
Then I play e3, or I can play e4, and then okay, whatever I want. Bishop f1, bring the bishop.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. It looks good for white. Looks very pleasant. Okay, so what else do we have? This one we are expecting good news from your student, but we'll see. It will require some good technique. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
So we'll see how good a technique is. Also, after rook dc1, is it necessary to take?
Nope. Well, I think queen b7. Well,
I'm thinking, is it necessary to take? Can we like move the rook? Some rook move. I don't know, rook a8 or something. Something to hit. I guess it makes sense to hit this. Queen a5.
Sure. I'm
Queen
not really. I'm not really
e5.
sure. Just want to play queen c7. Wait. I'm confused.
I'm also a bit confused. Yeah. It's an unusual position because also a4 is basically dropping.
Yeah.
And black always has option to trade these guys, I guess. Let's say he trades it. How bad is this? Should probably look at it ourselves. Don't want to cheat here. How bad is this? Because honestly, to me, it still looks quite nice for white. Yeah, now I'm thinking of it. But then if you don't take on a4, what do? You're sort of stuck. So, you might have to do this. Well, none of this happened because white played queen h4. Also makes sense.
Yeah.
She doesn't want to let queen takes a4 happen.
Just play simple chess.
Which I can understand.
Just play simple chess.
It makes a lot of sense.
And then maybe after this, maybe if rook a and then rook a1 and then queen e5 attack on b6.
And then queen d4, yeah,
yeah,
right,
queen
right.
d4, yeah, queen d4.
Rook a8.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah. Now you know my pain. I had to deal with this worst analysis spot in the world for the last 5 or 6 days or so. It's driving me crazy.
I think just rook a1 here first.
Yeah, probably. Then queen d4 comes.
No, queen d4 comes. If e5 and then...
It's true. e5, d5 hangs.
Yeah, of course.
So you cannot push. That's one nice thing about our position. Yeah. Everything works together in harmony.
Yeah. I love white position.
And black's, yeah, exactly. I think because black's position doesn't work together.
Yeah.
His rook, his queen doesn't work together with anything. And next move, I play queen d4.
Yeah, next move.
It's hard to deal with, yeah?
Yeah, queen d4 and then maybe e3 bishop. You know, I'm not sure. E3 is not.
I mean, you can always play e3, but I'm not sure what it does.
No, because I want to activate.
Yeah, but I think we should be activating it with e4 at the right moment.
Yeah.
Maybe, e3 doesn't really open anything.
Maybe after queen d4 and then e4, maybe. I'm not sure.
Okay, I mean, I feel like queen d4 is the big thing. Let's say h6, we get queen d4.
Queen d4.
Now, how's he gonna defend it? Firstly, this I think is a problem because of this.
Yeah.
So I don't think he can even play this at all.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's what I saw. Just leave it.
And e5, you can even do this, I think. Because queen, the rook defended by the queen, yeah? And this is total catastrophic for black.
This position is very, very good for...
Yeah, it's a disaster for black.
Yeah.
So you have to move the other rook. It looks disgusting, this. But it's the only way not to lose on the spot.
Yeah, of course. Well, I think e4 now is very good, I think.
E4 now.
I'm not sure. I'm not
Okay,
really sure,
okay,
but
I can get behind that because black's pieces look so passive. It almost feels like the type.
We just want to action all the active pieces and then okay, wait, see what you want, what you're going to do now.
Okay, it is hard. It is a hard question to answer.
Yeah, because after this maybe I want to play Queen C4 or maybe Queen F4, Rook
Yeah,
C7.
and I can't even
No,
think
Queen
of
F4, Rook C7.
activating something like this because then runs into this.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. That's
and
the
the rook
things.
hangs.
That's the things. That's why I said there's a lot of tactical here, and
Maybe
she,
E4 is
she
very good. Yeah,
yeah, I
it could
thought
well
so.
be very good. I mean, I'm sure E4 is definitely not
Wow.
bad. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
good.
it's
It's
good.
good.
It's good. It's good.
It's good. Of course, it's good.
Of course, it's good, but not that good.
Not as good as maybe we hoped it
Engine
would
move,
be,
but I think for
but
Raymond it's very good.
it's good enough. It's more
Yeah.
than good enough for advantage. Okay, well, what's happened in the game? Rook c6, bc. Okay, we're going down this line, yeah? Maybe now he can play rook c8 though, because there is no c7.
Yep.
But maybe you just go rook c1, and then again c7 is threatened. I mean, stuff like h6 doesn't stop it, yeah. I will still go c7 and win. My queen d8 move is not getting any weaker.
Yep.
So, what is there? What else is there to do? You must block it, yeah. And then we get queen b4. It's almost transposing to the line we were looking at with queen. It's exactly transposing to that line with the queen f4, rook c8, and queen b4 that we looked at. Okay. So this is looking very good. Okay, queen c7 was played, I guess. Now rook c1.
Yeah, of course it's force.
What else? Yeah, there's nothing else.
Yeah, it's force. Rook C1. Just basic play. Rook behind pass pawn. That's all.
Exactly.
It's
You
very
learned that in your first class of beginner class.
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course. Rook behind pass pawn.
Yeah. And yet people still forget to do it, funnily enough.
Ah.
Yeah. Okay, your student will not forget it.
If,
Yeah.
no, don't know
She
lah,
will not
because
forget.
okay.
Otherwise kena marah lah.
Ah, kena marah. Of course.
I know your style now. Yeah, you are not the most nurturing coach. I'm well aware of that. But okay, bishop c6. Anyway, queen b4, bishop b5. Yeah. Okay, we were saying black was doing well here. Yeah. What is this?
Yeah,
So white obviously is only playing for draw, yeah, or what?
Not really sure, but
He's trying to go back and forth and something. What is the idea of bishop c6? Maybe to deal with e4, maybe.
maybe you want to play e5 maybe.
Yeah, but e5, how would that? Wow, he wants to
I'm
play
not, I'm not
e5.
really understand.
Yeah, maybe he wants to play e5. Yeah. Can I go? If I do this, can you still play e5?
Yeah.
Take. It feels impossible, yeah, but maybe somehow you do. Oh yeah, you do, because the rook hangs with c1. Just to show, I cannot take on d5 because there is this, yeah, and you take here, and my rook on c1 hangs, and I cannot do this first because, oops, because of back rank, yeah. Rook c8, rook takes d5, and oopsie, that's a problem. So queen b2. Okay, so he wants to kick with a3.
Yeah.
Well, of course it's double edged to kick, because then the pawn on b3 gets weak, yeah.
I don't know. I just suggesting if a4 should be. I'm not really understand what I'm doing.
a4, oh, that's true. That pawn gets to a3 could be annoying, yeah?
Yeah.
So a4. Looks annoying. Feels annoying. I would be getting a little worried as white here.
Yeah.
I don't think I would want this position as white. No, okay. This is
that's why I don't play.
black is taking over. You don't play Jabava.
That's why I
Right.
don't play Jabal.
Yeah. I think Jobava was good 4 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, because no one was playing it.
For Rapid and Bliss, yes, it's very good because it's double edge position. But for classical, I don't think.
I think also the thing about Jabava is that everybody plays Jabava nowadays, yeah. So everybody is prepared against Jabava. So the surprise value of this line is gone. That's why the funny thing is I've been looking at Jabava games now. Jabava himself doesn't play the Jabava. So if the inventor of the opening doesn't even play his opening, then how can we play his opening, right?
But,
He is playing the E4 main lines. He is even playing D4 nowadays, Jobaba.
yeah.
He's playing a lot of those first Saturday events. Yeah. So yeah, he's not even playing Jobaba. So how can we play Jobaba?
Jababa, there's a lot of
By the way,
this.
this Kevin Mohan game is fantastic. Yeah, what he's doing. This play is nice. He's going for G5. And the black attack is very strong. H4. And the whole king side is getting blasted open. I think Akio has played too passively. And I probably shouldn't mention this because it's not good for my results. But
for your result, huh?
For my results, not for him, but for his own good, I should probably let him know he's playing very passively in a lot of these hard positions. And that is giving his opponents very easy play. And he was playing more actively, it would be a lot harder to play against him. Because he's a very resourceful guy. But sometimes he doesn't give himself the position to use that resourcefulness. Because he's not playing sort of proactively enough. He's playing very passive like this. And this is actually hurting his results. Yeah. Because I think he would score a lot better against me. Way better against me. He'd have some wins if he had been more, you know, proactive, I think. Because he's got good positions against me. Okay. So F4, okay, black's sort of crashing through, yeah? Queen E4. And okay, F6. So this is looking very unpleasant for black. Yeah. The engine might think it's still fine, but to me it does not look fine. It looks like white is struggling. So,
yeah, it's quite struggle, but if going to ending, of course, black. But still, we are still have.
I'm not sure about end games being winning easily. I guess in an end game, a rook end game, where you can win these pawns on the queen side,
because I think
that will be hard to defend.
Yep.
I will agree with that.
Yeah.
But it depends on what kind of ending. If you only just trade the queens normally, then it won't be possible. Because if you leave these three pawns on the board and don't win material, it will not be possible to win, I think. Because the white rook also will become active, yeah. And this passed pawn will be forced to reckon with. So rook f2. Okay. One thing about Akio, he's a good defender. He is tenacious. He will not give in easily. Even from good positions, it is not easy to beat him. So rook f2. So what now? I guess the question. Is it possible even to bring the king, or is it too much? So I'm thinking even something like this. Is it too much? Or king g7? I don't know which is better.
Jam.
Oh wait, the queen is... This is an issue, yeah? Wait, why is this so good? Rook e2? I mean, I can understand that rook e7 is unpleasant, but -4 is not right, yeah? Check, and what's the issue? What? I don't get it. I guess you have like no moves. Best black has like no moves, yeah, that's why. And then we just go rook e8 and rook b8 or something. Or just take on b7.
Yeah.
Take on b7 and queen e8. Okay, so we have to be careful here. Rook f2 may threaten rook e2. And why couldn't he play... Oh, he couldn't play rook e3 because f4 would hang. So that's the point of rook f2. He wants to play rook e2. That is clever. It's actually very clever. Okay, if you can... Black always has option to take. But I feel like here, as risky as this looks, I think white is safe. Because there is not a single check that black has. If there was even one check, then white would be in trouble. Yeah. But there is not a single check. Okay, so white actually seems to be holding on here.
I think Kevin missed something before he go into this position.
Yeah, it looks so good. Somehow.
Yeah, I think here is the miss.
Maybe you just take on g5. Oh, you just do, yeah? You just take on g5. Because h4 is unstoppable.
Yeah.
So maybe he was too rushed, yeah? It was too much of a rush. Because he thought I would take the g5 pawn in any case. Maybe he didn't realize f4 was possible, which, I mean, if not for f4, white is getting crushed.
Yeah.
But as mentioned, yeah, this Akio guy, he's a good defender. Maybe he thought that somehow he could do something here, because it looks good for black. But actually there is nothing. And I reckon that Kevin played the move h4 like instantly, knowing Kevin. But actually it was not advisable. Yeah? When you are in such a position, you know your attack is so close to succeeding. Yeah. You have to be extra careful. Because this is when your opponent has white, is trying to find every last resource to survive. And so you can expect them to find the right move and find the right defenses more often than not. Just because they are so desperate, they're just looking for it. Because if it's a normal position, they might not be looking. But they're absolutely looking now, which is why you have to be extra careful. Especially in a classic game, we have so much time. And I see Kevin has only spent 14 minutes, which is irresponsible. There is no other word to say. It is irresponsible to spend so little time when you are close to winning. Yeah? Fine, if he had like 30 minutes left, fine. But he has 1 hour 15. Should have been spending his time, and now because of that, he's blown the win. Doesn't mean he won't still flag him somehow or something, but he has blown the win objectively. By the way, your student is playing better than Kevin, what can I say? She has advantage and she's keeping advantage. Yeah? Queen a7, queen h4. Takes, queen c7, rook c1. f5 looks, for lack of a better word, disgusting. You cannot make a move like that. No. Just no. Just never. Remember I used to have this guy, and I was attending some group classes with this guy, it's Maxim Turov, and he used to say, if you made a move like that, that was so terrible, he'd be like, just never. Just never. Yeah, because it's just never should be played, yeah. E3, rook c8. Fine, if you wanted to play bishop e8, at least put it on f6, then you can think of playing e5. Don't put it on f5 and then, you know, weaken all these squares, and it looks disgusting. It still looks disgusting, yeah. Queen d4. Oh, nice. It's very nice technique.
Very good move.
Your student technique is good. What can I say? I don't often say that, yeah. I'm very particular with these things, but
Still,
you know, you have to praise people when they play well. And this is nice technique. Queen d4, hitting the pawn, forcing queen back, I think.
Force queen c7.
Because queen a3, you go rook c3, and the pawn there will be issues with queen e5, or queen b6. You cannot cover both. So I was thinking this, but you go rook c3, then there will be either queen e5 or queen b6 problems. Then queen e5, yeah? And then I get c7. Maybe computer finds some miracle defense, but it looks horrendous. Okay. So I guess queen c7 will be played.
Queen c7, I think
pretty much any move is good.
Very strong here.
Bishop a6, rook d8, and you put on the b7. Well, I guess you do this. You can even put it on b7 even.
Queen f4.
Queen f4 is nice. This is like my idea, but a million times better. Funnily enough, black still has a defense in this. So it's not over. Maybe I just move the king out of the way, then I'm threatening to take now. Maybe that's the way, yeah? Rook e7 though. It's so easy.
It's
still
very
fighting,
tricky.
yeah?
It's very tricky.
But okay, we will see. You can even come back. You can always just come back and say, okay, now maybe there's no queen e7 threat because there's bishop d7. But okay, we can continue making threats, and it's very hard for black to defend, yeah? Okay. So yeah, we are predicting good stuff here. If this continues, it will be a nice win.
Of course.
Maybe I will do a recap of this if she manages to win this in nice style. And if she messes it up, then
no more.
I will absolutely do even more recap on it because I want to show how close it was. When it was like so close, but then no, that's the best content
they need
ever.
To learn. They need to learn.
Yeah. Okay. So no matter what, she's getting a video out of this, I guess. That's the conclusion. By the way, Afif against Ajwini. This is a big matchup, because I guess it's for the lead, the two top seeds, the two favorites fight it out. And it's this French, crazy French. It's a similar structure to the Po Yutian, but I think Po Yutian's strategy was more elegant. I wouldn't say it is better, but it looked better. Like there was style, and that's why the one thing I like about Po Yutian's play. It has style. It's like when you play, it's one thing to be a strong player and play good moves, but recently, as he's gotten stronger, there is some sort of style in his move. It looks stylish the way he plays. He put his knight on f4, he put his bishop on h3. He make it impossible for black to play f6. Then when the knight came back to d8, he played queen b4, trade off the queen. That was very stylish, I thought. This one is more, you know, normal, like how we would play. Knight g4 and stop this way. It's not as stylish. Queen c1, okay. But okay, what is doing well, yeah? I guess bishop f3, king g2. There'll be it's a long game, long maneuvering game. Rook b4.
I don't like this thing.
Neither do I. So I don't play this like. What do you play against the French, by the way?
I play it once. I just play it once.
Oh, you play at advanced, yeah.
Yeah. Much easier to play basic ideas. No need to play this kind of stuff. Better.
Interesting. Because I think most of the positional players play the Tarash, yeah.
Yeah, but Tarash, I don't. Yeah, because c5.
Yeah, and then these lines they are almost exhausted, yeah.
Yeah.
This line is also all the rage nowadays.
But
this line is like everybody is playing this, yeah.
If I play,
so it's like,
as black, here I don't play c5. I'm not playing c5. If I play as black, I like to trick some.
You play knight f6, yeah.
I play knight c6.
Knight c6.
Yeah,
Interesting.
I play very
This
crazy line.
And then
Yeah,
what?
I play knight f6.
Wow. And then e5, you drop back.
Yeah, and then f6.
Oh, you play for f6.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, that line. Objectively, probably a bit dubious, yeah, but interesting.
It's very dubious. But then they don't know how to reply.
Yeah, I wanted to be nice, but yeah, this is very dubious. But in Rapid and Blitz, you never know. This can be interesting.
I even tried in classical, and still I can get a win.
I mean, that's the thing. Yeah, sometimes you provoke your opponent, and
yeah,
then they overextend, and then you get chances.
Yep.
All right, so this one will be long game. Anything else? Let's see. Well, we have 16 viewers. That's no comments. So if you guys want to chip in with your suggestions, we are welcoming all your suggestions.
Is there any rehang games here?
Rehang. We saw rehang. I saw rehang just now, but rehang.
Oh,
yeah. Well, this is exactly what I thought would happen, because usually it was this f3 line, yeah. f3, bishop e3. Is this what you guys were talking about just now, or is this the line you guys were looking at just now, or you were looking at some other K idea?
Yeah.
Not savage.
I don't think so.
d5, because normally they play c6 here, yeah. It's the main move.
Yeah. Actually, I would play c5. I'm not playing e5. Me.
Yeah, I mean it has been. It has been a move, yeah,
yeah,
for sure.
C6.
Yeah. Also, knight h5. I think is also another main move.
Yep.
For f5.
Yeah.
a5 is it's interesting,
slow,
yeah.
Very slow.
Very interesting because
okay.
I think I don't mind what White has done, because now instead of going queenside, he has switched to kingside castle. Because of this setup of playing a5 and knight c5. Yep. Because now what White realizes is that with his bishop on c2, he's actually very well placed to meet f5.
Yep.
Which means that he can now go for this a3 b4, and also he doesn't actually need to. Okay, bishop a6 forces b3. Okay, but now okay, a3 will come and b4, yeah, at some point. b4, bishop d3. It feels like black is sort of moving around with no real plan.
Yeah.
Because I don't know, maybe he wanted to play f5, but I don't know what he was scared about. I don't understand why he played rook fb8. It seemed very strange. Because I felt like no matter what, you had to somehow try to play f5. Maybe you played no, but knight d7 runs into b4, so no, that would be disaster. Maybe you try. I didn't like h5. Starting from here, I didn't like this. I actually thought black would go for knight h5 and try for f5.
Yeah, I think it would be better.
Objectively, probably white is doing well.
Yep.
But the thing about King's Indian, it's not about whether your opponent is doing well. Because guarantee white will be doing well in King's Indian. But it's about, the King's Indian counterplay. Even in a bad position, you will have play, yeah? The whole point is you need to create some counter chances. Yep. But this, I don't know where the counter chances are coming from. That's the issue. Maybe at some point he will go back, knight h7 and try for f5. Because otherwise, it feels sad. It feels very sad for white. For black, I mean, there will be some sort of doubling action on the a file. The rook a1, rook a2, and a other rook to a1, or even rook a4 you could do. A similar idea. it feels very sad because it feels like it's play only on one go on the queen
Yeah.
side. So I don't know. Computer doesn't think it's too bad. It's only plus 1.5, which for King Senior standards is nothing.
Yep.
Because in King Senior everything is plus 1.5,
Indeed.
but it's hard to win. That's the thing. I don't like that move. Really don't like it. Because I mean,
That's a
these
good
knights
bishop.
were, yeah, the guy was a good bishop. That was absolutely true. And also those knights, we already talked about these knights, yeah. These sort of superfluous knights. There's actually not that great of a thing because they both want to be 5 square. But when you exchange it, and this is the thing that EAYCC was telling you not to do, yeah, to exchange these knights, then fine. Then there's only one knight that wants b5. By the way, it's gonna be on b5 forever. And now rook a1 is coming, and somehow I have a feeling this might be headed for an upset. Just because I don't see how you should counter rook a1, queen b2, even exchange rook a1, and then c7 is always a problem, yeah?
Yep.
So,
No, c5 is very strong.
well, I don't think you can play c5 now, yeah?
No. I mean, after you've play with your ideas, and then c5 is very.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Or even another thing you can do is rook a1. Think about knight a7.
Yep.
Yeah. To cover the a file, double, and then sort of come in. So I mean, just to show the idea. Of course, I'm not making the best moves. Yeah. Let's say something like knight e8. No, I guess I can play rook a1. Whatever. I don't know what is a good way to do it. Let's say, I mean, let's just make some waiting moves for black. Yeah. It's obviously not best, but you can play knight e7 now. And the idea is that it's a bit like the Karpov bishop a7. You know that. Everybody knows that game. The bishop a7 move, then you double on the a file, then his bishop came back, yeah? It's the same thing. I want to double, and then I want to put knight on c6. So I'm not going to move this guy so fast. Whatever, your queen may move. Okay, now I'll double. I will double, then I'll play knight c6. Whatever you want to do. Bishop g7, I will double. Whatever, forget about bishop g5 being possible. Fine. Now I will go knight c6. This plan looks so straightforward that I think that white, even at 1600, will find it. Because if you know that Karpov game, it is not hard to find this knight a7 move. That's why it's important to know these classics. Because if you don't know the classics, it will be hard to find these ideas. But if you know the classics, then yeah, exactly. And actually, black is losing material on the spot. So, because we take, then I take queen takes, and the queen comes to a6. And stuff starts to hang. I mean, this is probably the worst way I could play with black. I think black maybe has a better way to deal with it, but I don't see how. Black has to find something urgently because this white plan is very straightforward and very simple.
Yeah.
And you will easily get crushed, yeah, if you are not finding the right way. So that game, the other game, the prognosis is good. This game, the prognosis is not that great. Not that great. Okay, let's see if we can find anything else. Let's go to this game. It's an interesting structure. Oh yeah, we were looking at this one, yeah? I was saying that, okay, c4 is interesting. I mean, c4 is committal, yeah? I mean, the thing is that you have to be able to get the pawn on b4 quickly if you want c4.
Yeah.
Because you're basically giving white a free hand on the king side. So the race starts once the pawn gets to c4. Knight e5, a5, a4. So actually, this is a very nice idea. Because the point is that white wants to hinder the move b5.
Yeah.
So if rook b8, I was analyzing this earlier, white can just go rook e1. And once b5 comes, takes, and just rook a2. And white can even think of something like queen a1. He might even start to play on the queen side. Because the pawn on a5 could be a weakness. Yeah. The queen a1, bishop a4. Play is nice for white. So knight b6 is definitely not the way, because now white has free hand on the queen side. But then white made a big mistake playing f5, which I didn't understand. Because the whole point is that the center is stable, right?
Yeah.
You have these two pawns which are supporting the knight. Black has no breaks. Because after all, they say the best response to a flank attack is counter in the center.
Yeah.
But here, counter in the sector simply doesn't exist. So simply flank attack with g4, g5, queen h5, attack plays itself. You can almost win by hand, as the Russians would say. Yeah.
It's nothing
So
you can do here.
f5 is definitely wrong. Positionally, big mistake. Knight d6. We were actually thinking you should take
I
f5.
think just take.
And if you take d7, fine, we don't mind. Takes. If knight f5, we can even play knight d6. Yeah, knight d6. Or rook e8 first. Don't know which is stronger.
Both can.
But now, I think black is doing well. Rook e8 is coming. No problems at all. But okay, once f5 came, I'm not sure about knight d6. But okay, this is fine, yeah. Maybe what white should do is, yeah, exactly, take on d7. Oops, not here. Take on d7 here. What is that? The analysis board is going crazy. Okay, basically the idea is to take on d7 here, takes back, and play fe6 to secure this weakness on e6. So it will be a permanent target for me to attack. Because fine, the pawn's already on f5. I might as well make the best use of it to fix a weakness. And then I have a nice outpost on e5 for my knight. I can go knight g6, maybe the knight can plonk on e5. Or even I just maybe don't even do that. I put the knight on g6 and go rook e1. And just, because what's better than blockading a weakness is to just take it. Yeah? So fe6, but okay, this is wrong, yeah? Now I think black is doing fine. He's got the knight to e4, wait. But there is f5 though, so this is not so simple. Rook e1. Okay. It's an interesting position. I guess white has lost most of the advantage, but it's still quite a pleasant position. And now actually, maybe he can get the knight to g4. It takes an in g2. Wow. Pawn on d5 is cannot be protected, yeah? Suddenly black is doing great. Okay, after this sack, obviously white is crushing. Okay, and white will win this. It's too much though. That's too much. White is playing not very well, but it is also too much to mess up. That is the issue. Okay, it's like some games, you know you're dead because even though your opponent is playing terribly, the position is so bad that it is impossible for them to mess up. It is harder for them to lose the game than it is for them to win it. Yeah. So, like, you need more effort to lose than to win. Is that good, the position? Wow, okay, black is crushing here. Hong Juan. Oh, this is the guy you're looking at, right? Hong Juan. Hong Juan. Is that how you pronounce it?
Don't know.
Hong Juan. This is past knight c3, a6. The way here you go is knight e2, right? Or something?
There's a lot of ways here.
Yeah.
D4 is
d4.
Yeah.
Okay. f4. Because I remember this line with f4. The Gong P is not that great, yeah? Gong P is not that great against this. a3, knight c6, bishop e2, d5. Not sure about d5, yeah.
I will play d5.
Because after e5 you want d4 or... Okay, I guess you get the knight to f5, which is nice, yeah.
Nice,
okay, and then you get bishop c5. I guess this is a nice version of the French. Yeah. Okay. I don't know. This didn't happen. Something happened, but yeah, we don't know. Or maybe he decided to do this to force the king to f1, but not sure about that. Not so sure about that. I mean, the king couldn't castle in any case, so okay. But okay, now the fact is that the position is opening up for this exposed white king on f1. Yeah, this is not looking good for white. Okay, now the pawns start to roll, and then he won this. That's how he got all these fast pawns, and then the pawn went to d4 and he won. He hasn't won yet, but it is easier to win this than it is to draw this. Yeah. you would have to make a serious effort to not win this, I
Yep.
think. Yeah. You would need some serious technique to not win it. Yeah. That's how good it is. Okay. Let's see if there's anything else. By the way, we have quite a lot of viewers now. This is fantastic. Thank you all for coming. You know, the more the merrier after all. Well, we left this game here, right? This, like, I'm tempted to take a break, but there are so many viewers I will never disappoint them. Yeah, only take break during downtime. Okay, so we left this one here. I was saying that, okay, why is just playing for draw? Yeah, this one, because maybe he's playing a high-rated player and he doesn't want to race before the rest day. Because you lose the game before the rest day, it's the worst feeling ever. Especially you lose with white. It's the worst feeling. So maybe he just wants something safe. And maybe hopefully to press for 2 results. But I mean, when I saw this, I'm like, it has to be wrong. Because already there are so many tactical signs. Everything is pinned. And of course, the most natural try is this one, yeah? It's a typical try. But there is bishop b6 at the end, and white just survives. Bishop goes back. I mean, black is not worse, but he's not better either. So obviously this is not what you want. So bishop g4. Then I started thinking maybe this guy is a bit loose, yeah? So I thought I'll take here, bishop h2. So if king h2, I will take queen d5. If knight h2, I will take queen takes g5, yeah? And the issue is this knight is hanging. So if you take, I will now take on d5. And I'm doing very well.
Yep.
So I think the game was king takes, yeah? And queen takes d5. And computer thinks there is compensation. But I don't agree. It looks like pawn to me, for no compensation. And okay, knight e5. Wow, f6. That's a nice move. Because it looks like white's gaining back the pawn, but he's not. And this is suffering. This is very much suffering for white. f3, rook a, f8. Black's tactics are pretty good.
Yeah.
So for less experienced viewers, they might be wondering why not, you know, rook c6, but that's because of rook g4. And that's nasty. That is very nasty. By the way, I'm just looking at the Poyuchen game. There is nothing going on. It looks very balanced. Although I wouldn't put it past Poyuchen. He's known for winning these, yeah. Okay, so knight e5. Obviously, now knight c6 is coming. Rook e8. It's a very nice play. Rook fe1. Okay, so knight c6 is renewed as a threat. I guess knight c6 wasn't that good because of rook e2, yeah? And there are some issues. This pawn is hanging. Knight e3 could be an idea. And it could be unpleasant. So rook fe1. Rook f6. Okay. Again, you can't take because of rook e1 and the knight on c6 hangs. That's the key. So white played knight d7. Rook fe6. And this is suffering. White's going to be a pawn down. Black will bring his king. King f7. I have to say black has played very well to consolidate his advantage. Because it seemed at first glance that white's position was absolutely fine. But now black has played some fantastic moves and it's just a pawn. Maybe it's not the healthiest pawn, I agree. There are some targets for white. But it's clear black is playing for 2 results. So let's go back. And we can go back to the Poyuchen game. Because there have been a lot of developments. We last left it here in this crazy position. Bishop b8, knight f5, the king on d1. This is madness. f3, and rook b to c8, just sacking the knight. It's insanity. fe4, de4, bishop c4. And now queen takes c5. So, yeah, the bishop on c4 is hanging. And there are ideas like rook d8. So white, I think, made the right choice. He played bishop f7, giving back whatever material is up, but simplifying to an endgame which he thinks is holdable, which is true. g4, and it seems solid enough for white. Plays h3. By the way, there have been some developments. Yeah, black played bishop b4, rook c1, and black took twice. And black took once on c1. Rook c1. So what is his idea? Is he planning rook d8? If rook d8, rook c2 seems to cover everything. So this doesn't look like much. Now, I feel like black should be trying some sort of rook h8 to get his rook to h2. The question is, of course, how? So maybe he does it now. hg, hg, and rook h8. Because I don't think I want to force the rook to c2, because it will be useful to defend the pawn on b2. So, okay, what do? We play rook c2, it feels passive, yeah? This feels like suffering for white. Rook g1, and, you know, stuff starts to hang a little bit. So maybe this is not that good. Maybe what's called for is maybe an active approach. Perhaps rook c7, threatening the pawn on b7. Rook h2, and now I go king d1. Maybe king f1, so I stop rook g2. If you take, I will take on b7. This doesn't feel like anything. Yeah, there is nothing here. The engine confirms there is nothing. But maybe a5, it is still not so simple. Can the king actually run away? Okay, we will see this, yeah. We'll see that. Still updating. The lines are still updating. Okay, black has taken on g4. I can see. So rook c1, rook c1. We are going down that line, hg, hg. So, yeah, rook takes c1, rook takes c1, h takes g4, and rook h8 will be played. Well, Poitian still thinking, but you didn't take on g4 not to play rook h8. So he's going to play rook h8. And now I think it's important white goes for activity, rook c7, or even rook c4, come to think of it. So, we'll see. I think this should be quite balanced. And if this ends in a draw, this gives guys like Q Ivan Travis a chance to catch up, yeah? If Q wins, then he catches. So you'll see. Definitely a lot of play to be had. Oh, didn't see your message. Somebody was talking of the rehang game, and that indeed was a nightmare. Yeah. Okay. But thank you all for tuning in, by the way. Really appreciate your support. Yeah. And thank you very much for supporting this stream. I think this is a record for this tournament so far. I think we had like 17 people. 18 people. Yeah. That was a record. So that's fantastic. Thank you all very much for your support. Okay. Let's see what else we have. Well, in the game between the two Zhang Haoxians, we have ZJ who's pressing, and the normal Zhang is suffering. So I guess having the extra letters in front of the name is helpful, because it means you have more for the same price. Okay, so knight. So what's happening? Knight. How did the knight get to g5? What is this? Okay, knight g5. No, this is wrong. This is definitely wrong. Whatever this is. But I guess this position is close to the final position, and it looks like suffering for black. Yeah. I think actually this position might be lost actually. But f6, I think the key is you want to make sure that the queen is on the same diagonal, on this diagonal. Yeah, it's h2 to b8 diagonal. So I would probably go queen c7 check, and then play something like b4. I'm not sure whether that's a good idea, but it would seem logical to me. And the reason why is I want to be able to play king h2 without giving you chances to check me. Sorry, my board is glitching a little bit. Well, queen e2 was played. I would probably go for queen c7, yeah? But, okay. Now the games are updating, and I don't know what's going on. Okay. But okay, black is suffering there. Kevin drew. Okay, so yeah. Well, I mean, Kevin is still in the lead, so it's not too bad for him. But he had a golden opportunity to extend his lead, which would have been massive, of course, because winning this game, you basically are beating one of your strongest competitors. So it would be a huge step to actually winning this tournament. But where actually this part was very good. He was playing fast and good. But where he slipped up was after HG, he played H4. And he played it very quickly. You can see he spent just less than a minute on it, about 40 seconds. And that is, I think, quite sloppy. Because when you're winning, when you're in a winning position, you have to be very, very careful. Because your opponent is looking for every last chance to save. And after h4, Akio, being a great defender, plays f4. And now it is already saved because hg and black has to take on e3, but now rook f3, and the worst is behind white. White played queen d2, and a very nice idea, he played rook f2, threatening rook e2. So black is the one that has to be careful. So he took on g5, and Akio recaptured and offered a draw, which is fair enough. It's quite equal, and black has clearly lost his advantage, so Kevin decided he had to accept. Okay, fair enough, and good job to Akio for saving. Yeah, he played quite passively at the start, but where it counted, he managed to understand that his position was bad and that he should play carefully to save, and that's what he did. So yeah, good job. All right, so that's the first result we have. Let's see if there's anything else that's interesting. Isaac's still suffering, and what else do we have? Let's go down to the. Well, in the lower boards, most of them aren't particularly competitive, are they? So we'll go back up again. Actually, what we can do is we can go to the clonal side. So, because in the clonal there are other games that are not broadcast, so I'm just gonna bring it up right now. So here we have a game between Travis and Tannenvold, which obviously is a big matchup. G4, knight e5. So Travis likes to play these lines with knight f3 and g3. Bishop g4, bishop f5, d4, knight d7, c4, e6, queen b3. Hitting the pawn on b7, which black ignores. Interesting. So white takes, and what is this? He's going for bishop e4, I guess? No, he just takes back. Wow. Okay, I don't understand why you didn't take d5. Queen d5 looked really, really nice, but he took b7. Maybe he was greedy, he wanted more, which fair enough, I can understand as a greedy player myself. Bishop d2, and now white is 2 pawns up. Black's queen is coming up. Honestly, I don't believe in this. I just don't believe in it. It's 2 pawns. Yes, the king may be slightly exposed, but it is 2 pawns. Bishop h3. Okay. Castles, and wow, he just sacks? No way. See what was wrong with queen d7? Maybe queen b4 check, and maybe that was why he didn't like. Yeah, king c2, there's queen c4. And if king d1, then rook d8 is always the issue. So bishop d7, rook d8. Queen c5, interesting. And now queen d7, e3. I mean, it's still 2 pawns, yeah, but also c5 is coming. So somehow it feels like he's misplayed it a little bit already. Because he's probably losing that pawn, and d5, probably what he had to do. But now it's getting quite messy. I think already black's compensation is quite obvious. He's only down 1 pawn, and yeah, other than that, there is nothing for black to complain about. The white king is still weak. That's why, hence the move f3, trying to play a move like e4. The white king is still weak, and the black pieces are fully active. That being said, okay, I don't think white is really worse. Yeah, black has compensation, and it's dangerous, but objectively, white should be fine. And if black messes up, which he could well do, because it's a messy position, then the winning chances could come back again for white, most certainly. Because after all, it is a pawn. It may not be 2 pawns, but it's still a pawn. Okay, rook. Somehow here it felt like something got messed up. Not sure exactly where, but it looks so good. Okay, but now black is doing fine. Alright, let's go back to the clonal and we'll see if there's anything else. Unfortunately, I can't move the pieces on these boards, but let's see. We have Christopher Reynard against Cantella. So Cantella was on the receiving end of a round 1 upset, but he's done well to come back. And okay, this line, the Joe Bava London with c5 takes bishop f4, interesting, and queen c5. It's a playable line for white, most certainly. Knight d4, queen d6, g3, yep. Bishop d7. And the whole point of white's play is to make some sort of blockade in the center. Yeah? Blockade with pieces, maybe, not with pawns. And try to use these dark squares to his advantage. Objectively, it's quite a balanced sort of structure most of the time. Yeah? But, okay. There is still a lot of play, of course, because there is this fight between white's control of e5 square and black's attempts to get activity, which I guess usually comes with b5, b4, the typical some minority attack style. Because that, of course, if white's forced to take, then these pawns, they can become passed. Okay, interesting position. No question about that. Alright, let's go and see some other games with Aka, who, by the way, forgot that the round starts this morning. Maybe he thought it was a rest day. I don't know what he was thinking. But he should have checked the schedule, most definitely. He forfeited his game this morning, which is not great. And now, yeah. Now he is trying to make a comeback desperately. Because he is now 1.5 points behind the leaders. It's not a good situation. If it was only a point, there would be some chances. But now it's a bit much, yeah? So A, B, E6. Okay, black is also playing uncompromising chess. From my understanding, these lines, they are very interesting. Yeah. And bishop A6, castles. And I think the consensus is that black is actually doing alright in these lines, yeah? He takes c5, knight b4. Of course, interesting plays, hitting the pawn on d5. Although that knight on b4 could be... maybe you kick it with a3 and follow... By the way, the big threat is rook b1, after which the knight will be trapped. So I guess black is to play something like queen a8 or something. Or maybe even c4 to get the... Yeah, he plays queen a8, indeed. Knight f4, protecting that pawn on d5. And now... rook b1 is still a... Well, rook b1... Yeah, rook b1 is still a threat. Knight a2 and bishop moves. Then the knight gets trapped, for sure. So, okay. Maybe something like... I don't know, bishop d6 or something. Yeah. Rook b1 and you take on f4. Wow, and a takes b4. Bishop d6 and... Oh, you take on c1 and... I don't know. This looks actually fine for black, yeah? Black has restored material equality. And I don't see any issues with his position. Rook d6. So, rook e8, yeah? Yeah, black is doing absolutely fine. Which is probably not a good thing for Aka, given that he needs to win this game badly. I mean, after he made a serious blunder this morning in forgetting what time the round starts, he's going to have some issues, yeah. Alright. So, let's see. Any other interesting games? Okay. There are no moves here, I reckon. Oh wait, there are moves. What happened here? Okay, normal London, nothing special. This guy seems to like to play the London a lot. Okay, so okay, it's a interesting position. White is going for the attack, but he has no pieces to support it. So I don't think black should be too worried about this. Rook h8. Oh dear, oh dear. But okay, it was already looking a bit tense for black, yeah? But maybe objectively it wasn't that bad. Maybe you could just play something like knight e5, because white isn't really in a good spot to bring his pieces over to the king side. Like he would need to play something like queen f3. Hence knight e5 stopping queen f3, and thinking about knight d3 ideas ourselves looks quite interesting. And also it's worth mentioning it covers f7, which is very important. Because, okay, yeah, very, very typical tactic. It's not something you want to blunder. Rook d8, check, and knight f7, finish. Tragic game. Okay, so on that note, yeah, let's move on to another game. Tan Yishun. Why not? Let's look at another one. What we call it a day. Okay, so Vo Huan Quan. Huan Vo Huang. Again, don't know which one is the first name. I think Vo is the last name. Alright. Queen c2, dc. Takes bishop f5. Okay. This line is, of course, it's of course been there for some time. Bishop g2, castles. Knight d7. Rook e1 trying for e4, and black goes knight e4, stopping that. Now, this Tan guy is very, very solid. He likes to play the Slav a lot as black, and with white, he's a big fan of the Catalan. So, very, very solid player. Okay, knight h4, which leads to some trades. Actually, this looks very nice for... It looks very nice for black, yeah? It looks quite comfortable. Bishop e7, you get b5. I don't think white should have taken on b6. I think this was a wrong decision to take it. Maybe white should have just let black take on b3 and use the a file for himself. Because these structures in general are very nice for black. Now, I think already black is comfortable. Bishop d6 and bishop b4. And yeah, black is doing well. Perhaps even e5 is... Maybe e5 is the move, yeah? d5, bishop e5, and the bishop is really strong attacking these pawns. And it's not easy to defend them. You have to defend them in some awkward way, like rook e2, which is not what you want. So black is definitely for choice. Now after that, you sort of double the rooks maybe on the d file, and black is doing well. So yeah, definitely would take black here for sure, any day of the week. Okay, so let's see what else is there. Let's look at the other categories. Under 18 girls. Amin Bayamok. I'm watching all these names. I'm really sorry if you're watching it or you're Mongolian or and watching this. Yeah, I'm very sorry. It's not my intention to do this, but Bayamok. Okay. E5, C5, C3. Okay. Knight F5, Bishop D3. 6 and Bishop F5, and I think we have seen this position before in the previous round. G5, interesting. Going for F4 ideas. Queen A4. Okay. I actually think what black is doing is very interesting. Yeah, Rook G8 is trying for F4 followed by G4, so it will be a pawn sacrifice. I think actually it could be a good time to do it now. Right, goes Queen F8. I was thinking you play F4, GF, and G4, which forces the knight back, and now you try to come in on the light square, something like Bishop F5. That looks interesting. But okay, bringing the queen this way also can't really be that wrong. Okay. Now maybe some sort of Queen H5, yeah? F3. Okay. So to me, F4 is now screaming to be played. Takes and G4. To just blast open everything. F6. Okay. Okay, this makes sense as well. You're trying to remove this pawn on e5 and try to claim that your bishops are better than whatever passive stuff is here, yeah? These pieces are pretty passive, yeah? So, takes bishop f6, queen of e5, and yeah, I think black is for choice. But how to continue? I'm still tempted by this f4, gf, and g4 idea. Especially since it was what black wanted to do, yeah, with this f5, g5. So you have to stay consistent. But okay, maybe the position has changed a lot. Yeah, I should mention that. So maybe this idea isn't that great anymore. But it looks really interesting. We'll see what she goes for. Okay, let's move on. Tan Yixun's thinking. He likes to think a lot in these situations. For me, I wouldn't think. I would just go e5. It would be so tempting to do it. Because we wanna put your opponent under pressure on the clock as well as on the board. In this type of endgames, when you're squeezing them, you don't want to be down on the clock. Yeah, you want to be up on the clock because then it shows sort of dominance. Yeah, and your opponent can easily be intimidated if you are sort of up on the clock and you're putting pressure. Actually, that's how GMs win a lot of their games, by putting pressure on all fronts. Okay, let's go on to the next game. Well, Aka's slowly outplaying his opponent. He gets Queen C5, Rook C4, so Rook B4 is an idea now. Okay, so now there are some chances, yeah, to try to outplay the opponent. He has to, he has no choice. Because with the tournament situation, he can hardly afford one more draw. That would spell the end of his winning chances. So if he can win this game somehow, which actually is starting to press now, he will only be 1 point behind the leaders, is my prediction. Because Po Yutian is probably not going to win today. Which, speaking of Po Yutian, it's probably a good idea for us to go back to the Po Yutian game. So let's go back to the Po Yutian game as promised. So just give me a moment, I'm going to bring it back up. Right, here we go. So, no action. It feels like a draw. It must be a draw. Everything screams draw. But somehow I have a feeling that I might have a long day. Because of course the arrangement is that I can only leave once Po Yutian's game is settled. And this one, I have a feeling Po Yutian will try for an unreasonable amount of moves. But okay, the thing is that his tournament situation is not too bad. Even if he makes a draw, he will be on 5 out of 6. He will be in a joint lead with this down guy, and maybe with Q, if Q wins. So, it's not a bad situation to be in, especially given that in the last 3 rounds, he is still a favorite over these guys, in the sense that he's stronger than all of his other opponents. So there's no need to take any sort of unreasonable risk in this case. Now, granted, I'm fully expecting we'll play on many more moves, because he can, but you should still be careful, because of course this knight, if it starts to jump, yeah, a rook can come into c6 and give checks. If white starts to take some stuff, it can get very dangerous. So it is not like black is playing for 2 results or for fun. It's not like that. If he's not careful, he can lose by overpressing. But okay, he starts with rook b1. Now, he is obviously taking a lot of care when he's trying to push this. Because, firstly, he ties down the white rook to these pawns, which is correct. Because that means that it will be a lot harder for white to activate with some sort of rook c6. Now, okay, white can still play something like a3 and kick this. And okay, maybe white doesn't want to give black targets on the dark squares. Even something like b3 is not unreasonable. Yeah, if bishop f, bishop c5, knight f5 is not an unreasonable way to play. It is actually quite reasonable, to be honest. And it feels like there is nothing to play for here. I would probably be alright taking a draw here as black, because I feel there is no way to continue. But we'll see. We'll see if he decides to press on. I think he will, because he's Po Yutian after all. Alright. Let us go back and look at some other games. Let's see. What other games do we have? Okay. So, let's see. Well, Wei Yang's game, we left it after the move bishop c6, queen b2. And actually, we were saying a4 should be played, which it was played, actually. Knight e2. And now we're thinking a3 could be unpleasant. Yeah, just to force the queen away. But maybe it's not, yeah, because queen d2 takes and there is knight b1. And I think maybe it ends up being unpleasant for black, because that pawn will be hard to keep. So AB was probably correct. Bishop b5, queen d6. Of course, Wei Yang is already thinking of playing for advantage now. Knight d3 and e5. But to be fair, white is playing well. He played queen b4, which sort of forces the exchange. Because queen is really active there. Takes knight takes b4 and bishop drops back to a8. Okay, it's an interesting position, yeah? So, rook a1 is played, hitting the pawn on a7, very logical. I guess rook c7, maybe his idea is rook a5 to hit the pawn on d5. That makes sense, yeah. You play rook e to a1. Sorry. Excuse me. Yeah. His idea would be to play rook e to a1, put extra pressure on his pawn on a7, and yeah, we should be doing very well there. So we'll see. We'll see how this goes. As Alright. So let's go on to the next game. Let's see. How is Isaac doing? Isaac got the pawn on c6, but then he's losing g2. Oh, this is disastrous, yeah? Because you cannot lose this pawn because this majority is going to come. So how did that happen? Rook takes e6, a3, and he missed rook e2. Black, by the way, is playing great here. He's playing absolutely fantastic. Rook takes knight f4. It's another candidate for game of the round, actually, because this endgame technique is absolutely fantastic. Knight f4, and now g2 is crashing down onto the floor. b4, rook takes g2, whatever. It's impossible to stop it. Even checks don't help. Just king f7, and no more checks, because check king e7 even loses the knight, yeah? This actually even loses the knight. So that's even worse. Which means that white is stuck. White is very much stuck here. Okay, maybe what you have to do is you have to get the pawn on a7 without losing too much more. Let's protect this. Rook takes h2, and maybe rook f2 is the way. So white will probably go for something like rook a6. Okay, check, and rook takes f3. Rook takes a7, and now just g4, yeah? Oh no, not g4 because of check and knight e5. Okay, that would be sloppy. That would be very sloppy. Okay, so what do we do instead? So let me try to figure out what we do instead. I want to use the engine for this. We gotta have some dignity here. Let's play rook e3 maybe, and then g4 is threatened. Is this the way? But then rook a8, rook f8 is still coming. It's not so simple. It's really not so simple. Okay, rook c7 is played. What's the idea? Because now you can take g2 and take b2. This looks even worse. King h1 and rook b2. Because I mean, we at least need to create something on the queen side. Our king side is collapsing completely. But we at least need to make something on the queen side and hope that something here works, yeah? Alright, so rook takes a3, rook e2, yeah. Knight f4, b4. Rook takes g2, king h1, rook f2, and now we go rook a6. By the way, I think rook f3 was not the right way. Oh wait, no, rook f3 is fine, because now rook a7, and now rook a8 is now a threat. This rook a1 is not possible, the pawn was there. Okay, I'll try to figure this out. If rook e3, there's still check and rook f8 in response to g4. Trying to figure out what is the right way to do it. Do we just play h5? Maybe we just go h5. Because the idea is I want this. Check, king h7, check, king h6. And if you give a check, if you give a check here, I have g6. And no, you don't give checkmate because I have g4 and my king escapes g5. So this should be the way, yeah? Maybe it's h5. g4. Sorry, not h5. h5 here. See if this is the right way. Anyway, rook takes g2 has been played, so this is just crushing through. White's position collapse on the spot. White's position is complete collapse. Okay, so let's see. It's completely collapsed, yeah? What's happening here? White's position is completely collapsed. Okay, so yeah, let's see. Okay, see if there are any other games going on, because that one is too painful to watch. Let's see anything else we can do. Okay, so here, yeah, rook a5 was played, indeed, and rook a1 is gonna come next. d5 is also hanging. If white is pressing for sure, maybe, yeah, maybe what you need to do is do something like this, yeah, and at least get the pawn on b3, because otherwise it's just suffering. What do you usually do here? Because this is not probably not great, yeah. Takes and you take on f3. Or maybe this is great, yeah. Maybe we play bishop c6 first. That's the way. Rook d6 though, still not so simple. Takes, gf, takes. I mean, it's suffering. This is really suffering for black. Maybe there are some drawing chances for sure, but it is not fun. It is not why you want to play chess. You have to play these sort of positions. So Wei Yang is under pressure. These guys, they can be very tricky, yeah. These Filipinos, they may be slightly lower rated, but they are not easy opponents by any means. Let's see what else is there. Well, okay, let's have a look. What happened in this game? It was finished, yeah. White won. White won this game. Anything else? Well, let's see. Where's our fifth student? His name was there for sure. It was under 16 ladies. Yeah, Azamism. Queen d4. And the game is stopped. I have a feeling that white won because it's just so good. But the moves are not coming in. So maybe some issues with the transmission. As I said, Clono may be a good product or ID Chess. They could be good products in the future, but as of now, there is still a lot of work needed to be done on this. It is not even close to market ready, to be honest with you. Right. Let's see what else is there. I think we have come to the end of this. By the way, h5 was played. Yeah, is h5 the best move? Wait, no, this was not this position. Yeah. Okay, h5 is crushing. Yeah. I just wanted to check one thing. After my line with b4 takes king g2 rook f2, this line that we were giving, yeah, rook a6 check takes. By the way, we do this so that g4 g3 will come with check, which is even nicer. Takes. Is h5 best move? Yes, h5 is best move. Oh, I'm not such a bad player. Okay, right. All right, so yeah. Yes, definitely. The games are going to start to heat up very soon, I'm sure. I'm tempted to take a break, but there's so many of you guys here, so I'm not going to disappoint you guys. I'm going to talk a little bit longer. As long as you guys stay, I will talk. Is that a good deal? Right, so let's go to Clono. Sorry, let's go to the other chess. Yep. Let's go to the Clono. Let's see what's going on here. Okay, this is draw, yeah, but maybe white can claim some. Okay, what's going on? How did this happen? Rook b6, b3. This looked actually quite nice for white. Rook e5 and rook b5. Okay, so this was not possible to avoid. So objectively, it should be draw, of course. Yeah, it's draw because you take on d7, then you check and you play. Oh, but then there is rook d3. Yeah? Okay, but it still must be draw. You put your rook on b2 and you wait. And there is no way to progress for white, of course. So, I mean, you could even... Yeah, you cannot really consider any other options because otherwise the rook could come back and take the pawns. And also f7 is hanging. But the counter attack against b3 is good. Yeah, you take on d7, you give it check, and you play rook b1. And that's the way. And black will hold this without too much trouble, which is probably not a good sign for Arca because I think that's his chances of winning this tournament just down the drain. But sometimes it's that way, yeah. As my good friend Nelson once said, sometimes you will have a shit tournament. There is nothing you can do. Okay, so rook c1, f6 takes queen b5, rook g7. a3, okay, okay. Yeah, black is starting to outplay. The knight will come to c4, which is going to be annoying for white. This lady is after all quite strong. So, okay. I think black is going to win. The position is getting worse and worse for white on every move. And black player is starting to show her class. The difference in rating is really starting to show now. Okay, let's go on back to the tournament. Let's look at some of the other games from the other categories. We haven't looked at the under 16 very much. We have looked at... Okay, so let's look at the top board. Lin Dianqi against Huyin. Wow, that is a complicated position. Knight c3 d5. Okay, this line, yeah. So the reason why white players usually do this is also, firstly, it's avoiding bishop f5. So if you're a c4 player, this could be a way to stop these bishop f5 lines, because white can play cd and queen b3. So that's a very nice way to do it. After g6, okay, now d4. And okay, it's the Schlechter variation. Very, very solid. At the same time, yeah, it's not that great if you're looking for winning chances as black. And it seems like white is always quite comfortable in these lines, in my opinion. Okay, bishop e6. Interesting. Rook a7. Okay, black is playing somewhat passively, but it's still very solid, his position. d1. Of course, I would take white. White's position looks very nice. Wow, and e5? Is this for real? D takes e5? What's the idea? Is it like... Knight e4 must be the idea, right? D e5, knight e4. Wow. That is a crazy idea. If knight ge4, d e4. And he's saying the bishop on d2 is hanging, and I'm going to take on e5. But I'm worried there could be some knight b5 ideas that, you know, there could be sort of a spanner in the works, yeah? Okay. It is hard to believe this. I think you can play d5. If knight e4, we can... Or maybe it's even better to start with knight b5. Rook a8, and then d5. So if knight e4, we simply take and bishop c3. And we keep the pawn. And black suffers. Because, okay, in a bad position like this, you can never make these sort of tactics work. Yeah? Because tactics will only work if the position allows it. And when your position is passive, your pieces are all on the wrong squares, then there is no way the tactics are going to work in your favor. Maybe it might not be so easy to refute them. Or in this case, it might be pretty easy to do so. But in any case, it will not work in your favor. It cannot. And will not work for you. So that's why I feel a good tactical player is also a good positional player, because that will help you get the good positions. Okay, let's look at Yunroi's game. He made a draw just now, and yeah, he needs a win if he's gonna stay competitive. Yeah, because he is, after all, even if he wins, he's still gonna be a point behind. So yeah, drawing, I guess, is not good for sure. So we will see. E3 is a very good line against this. So castles, and he goes d4. Yeah, he seems to like this v3 line. He likes it so much that he doesn't want to play d4. D takes c5, takes, and bishop b2. Okay, and okay, very important, rook d2, rook d1. So you can't take because of back rank. So c6, rook d1. Okay, it's an interesting position. I don't say white is better, of course. Of course he is not. But okay, it's interesting. So black was worried about the doubling, so he gave up the two bishops. But I think this is good for Yunrui. Yeah, he's gonna double. Black will play rook d8, I guess. Takes and some sort of knight a4. Yeah, knight's going to c5. This is not a big edge. Knight d7 is forced pretty much, because you need to stop knight c5, and yeah, also so you need to stop bishop takes c5. Maybe white can play h4 and play bishop h3. It's unpleasant for black, because the two bishops, you know, and the more active pieces, they are gonna count in these endgames. And okay, black will be facing a difficult defense to make a draw. So Yunrei's chances of a comeback are very real indeed. So let's move on. Let's move on to another game. Come back to this one later. Let's go back to the under 14 ladies. By the way, Ashwini and Ainu have made a draw. Yeah. So that was no surprise there. I didn't think they were in much of a fighting mood. Let's see, is there any other interesting game? Let's look at the under 12. So Zhang has won. I sort of wanted to see the queen endgame because it got all messed up in the other board. So I wanted to see what really happened in the queen endgame. So yeah, these lines they all got messed up in the other board, but okay. D takes c5 and okay, this is probably not very much for white, but okay, slowly outplayed his opponent, yeah? Rook takes e4, queen e4, taking the d-file, very nice. And wow, he just gave up that pawn to get queen c7. And now he grabs b7 and pawn d5 is a bit loose, yeah? So he gets some pawns and in the end transposes to a winning queen endgame. Yeah, takes and now it's winning for sure. Queen e2. Yeah, I was just saying that I would probably play queen c7 and after the king moves I would play b4. Just so I can just escort this pawn all the way. Because with my queen and king on the same diagonal, you will never check me. That is one very useful tip in queen endgames. Put your queen on the same diagonal as the king. Because that means your opponent cannot check. Yeah, queen b8. Okay, because now black can check, yeah? So it's not that easy anymore. But okay, white still managed to win. Black king h3, this is good, you need to bring your king. And after queen f4, black resigned. Interesting. Because I guess he didn't see how to stop queen e5. I mean, you could still go queen e2. I think I would fight on a little bit. But okay, I guess then you can take h6, check, and okay, that should be winning. So fair enough. But I would still play a few more moves, I think. Because I don't think it's just over just yet. The Shiwat's technique was not the best in the queen endgame so far. Alright, so what else is there? Under 12 ladies. Let's see. Okay, not that many games. There is Mayakma, Smash, Mayatma, Cell Match. This game is still ongoing. Wow, okay. That's a lot to take in. So white is up a pawn, if I'm counting correctly, and that's a nice pawn to be up. So its position is fantastic. How do we get here? London. I did say all these Mongolians, I feel like if you play a Mongolian, like 9 out of 10 times I'm seeing London system, which is probably a good sign, yeah, if you end up playing Mongolians in the future rounds. You need to check the London 100%, because they seem to love London. I don't know why. I never got the appeal of the London. So, I don't understand. Why is it trendy? Because it's not a good line. But okay, if your opponent is hanging stuff like that, then it is a good line, I guess. Knight f3, okay. Bishop f7, king f8, yeah? And then the queen doesn't have any good squares, okay. So takes and... Then now you could have taken bishop f3, yeah? Bishop f7. King f8, and... Okay, play that. Okay, I thought you had to play king f8. Because now it's like you must have some discovery, otherwise you are worse. And I don't see what is a good discovery. Yeah. Now white is consolidating. Actually, white was repeating, yeah? I think black should have repeated as well. There was no justification to play this on. Queen a6, okay. Queen e3, he should have gone queen g6 and hope for repetition. Because there is... And maybe you have to repeat, yeah? Or maybe after queen a6, you could go king h1. So you had to play after queen g6, queen g3. But you don't have to repeat. You can move the king after queen a6. So there was possibility for white to play on. But okay. Playing for black is not option, yeah? Also, I don't understand why black didn't take on d5. I don't know. Maybe black is trying for cheapos. But the fact is that when you're playing the stronger players, going for cheapos is a very bad idea. Because more often than not, it backfires. And now, it's blowing up in black's face. Yeah, f5, everything gets closed up. Okay, d1. Protecting is knight f5. And now, white, slowly but surely... Wait a second. Was there option to claim 3-4? Maybe there was option, yeah? b3, this is 1. Okay, h6. So that's 1. Okay. Bishop c4. So this is the first time. Second time. Ah, there was no option, yeah? Because... Wait, was there option? So, this position is the first time. Second time. Queen b5, she could claim a draw. Don't tell me black was trying to play for a win. This is ridiculous, yeah? Because the only reason I can see for black playing like this is she wants to play for a win. Which is absurd, of course. There is no justification why you should play for a win. So seated, I see rook d5. But then ed, queen d5, king h3, yeah? And the king escapes. So there's no justification. Because the funny thing is that this is a very strange game. Because white was better, and white was trying to repeat. And black was declining the repetition. And I don't understand. Both players have gone crazy. That's all I can say. Both players have lost their minds in this game. Either both players have lost their minds or I have lost my mind. It cannot be like no one. It cannot be the case that everyone is sane here, because that is not the case. And white is won. Right.
Hey?
She just resigned here? Seems a bit premature.
I don't think so.
Maybe she moved the queen and ran into some f6 and got crushed. Yeah. Because I mean, she will move the queen, of course, to try to play for a win, and then f6, and then suddenly her position falls apart. Yeah. Okay, so that's why you must be objective. Yeah. If the position is such that you cannot play for a win, it doesn't matter if you're higher rated by like 100 points. You cannot play for a win. Yeah. You should be happy just taking the draw. Because otherwise you would lose even worse. Yeah. And your opponent will win without any effort.
Yeah.
Because they are just trying to make draw, and then suddenly they just get the win.
Yeah.
I guess it's nice if you want to help your opponent, but
respect the position.
Yeah, you have to play what you have. Yeah, you have to play the cards you've been dealt.
Yeah.
And if the cards you've been dealt aren't that great, then there is nothing you can do really. Okay. So yeah, I think we have gone through a lot of these games multiple times. Let's just finish out with the under 10s, which is over, and the under 10 goals, which is not over, but probably will be over soon, I guess.
Wow.
Okay, we don't look at that. Okay, we will not look at this. It's too winning for black. Okay, so the rest, I mean, the rest are still ongoing. Poyuten's game is going to take another 2 hours while it presses a dead drawn endgame. So, meanwhile, to keep our sanity, we will take a quick break, and I will see you in about 10 minutes time. So don't go anywhere. Cheers, and yeah, stay tuned, I guess. Yeah, because okay, we didn't understand why he was changing his defensive setup because it was already a dead draw, and I think the knight on e4 was just so strong. Yeah. So rook a1, we were thinking we just play b3. Yeah.
Yep.
Because they were already repeating, and then Poyutin decided, oh, let me just try this last chance. And if b3, I think he would have just gone for repetition.
Yeah,
That's my
of
feeling.
course.
I'm not sure maybe whether he would have. Maybe I'm wrong, but he might have gone for something like this, a rook e1 or whatever, e1, and then he might put the rook on c1 to stop rook c2. Because once the rook comes back to c2, there is nothing. Yeah.
No.
And then okay, now you gotta think a little bit. So maybe you just bring your king back to g2. Okay, maybe black can try b5, trying to press a little bit. But now we can play something like knight g3. Our knight is coming to f5, yeah? It feels like there's nothing here at all.
Yeah.
Okay, so rook... Okay, so bishop e5, king e4, king e6. This is probably what's going to be played. Okay, what is still thinking after bishop e5? And yeah, the point is that if we move the knight, then a2 drops.
Yep.
And if black can get bishop c3, that's something to play
Of
for,
course,
yeah?
that-
Because then you
that-
can hit this with rook c1, you can hit it with rook g1. So this was actually quite sloppy play from white. Maybe he thought it would be draw in any case, yeah?
Yeah, yeah.
And then suddenly bishop e5 and you're like, oh, maybe not, yeah? Maybe you messed up a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah?
This type of position.
Yeah, these endgames, I mean, these endgames you have to be careful, yeah?
Yeah, of
Once you
course.
say it's, it's a dead draw, then, like, you should never say it's a dead draw until you've already shaken hands. I mean, in the commentary booth, it's easy for it to stay as a dead draw because
Yeah.
we have no skin in the game, so to speak. If it's a draw, then it's a draw. If it's a win, it's a win. We still get the same amount of money. In this case, no money. But yeah. Yeah, for if you're a player, then it's something that you should be responsible about. Yeah, it's a responsible decision.
Yeah.
So you should never sort of think it's over until it's over. Yeah. Okay. King e6 probably. I don't know. I don't know what you do. It's already unpleasant.
Yep.
It's already very unpleasant. This. You can see the best move is some sort of rook f5, which I guess makes sense. You need to try to activate your rook somehow. And the point, I guess, is that, well, I guess the point is that at the end, if you, yeah, at the end, if you, okay, if you take on c3, then bc and the rook on f5 is very active. Yeah, I mean, in rook endgame is all about activity of the rook. So, yeah, that pawn is gonna, that pawn on g5 is gonna fall, the pawn on a2 is gonna fall, and
No.
yeah, pawn will be dropped. I will see. Okay, so yeah. All right. How did student do it? Lost or
No.
draw? Yeah.
Wait, this previous game.
Oh, the
Yeah.
previous game.
Yeah.
It's all right. You shouldn't. We can watch it on Clono. Yeah. You don't want to upset people once they have lost. Yeah. It's already sad enough. I think he probably lost. Yeah.
Huh? I think is it draw?
He draw.
Mm.
I mean, draw would be fantastic. His position looked dead.
Yeah, of course.
He looked absolutely dead. He looked like he's lost. Yeah, I would
Yeah.
I would be jubilant if I had drawn that position, because it looked like I could resign almost.
Yeah.
Okay, so this one is becoming. So it's becoming a bit tricky. Yeah. Okay, well, rook f5 has been played. Okay, so
Rook has
maybe
been
it will be a draw after all, I guess. Just to show what happened, rook a1 was played because the broadcast got messed up. Sorry about that. Rook a1, knight c3, bishop e5, king e4, king e6, and now only move is to play rook f5. It's very important you now activate the rook, and I think that's one thing that made this guy do so well in this tournament. When his position was critical, he understood that,
Yeah.
and he's activating his pieces now. Now, granted, it's not draw yet because okay, now white's pieces are a lot more loose than they were before.
Yeah.
So black can try something like rook e1 check
Yeah,
even.
one check is
He could try something like rook e1 check and even just drop back with his bishop. Or I'm not sure about this. He takes and he wants to take and play rook e5. Okay, probably you can't take because of king f4. That's obvious. But you go rook f8. Okay, maybe it's still unpleasant, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one for Yu will try forever.
Yeah, of course.
Because this one I would definitely try forever.
Yeah,
Definitely.
if we have
This is a
servers,
huge improvement over what happened previously.
yep.
Okay. So yeah. Tricky still. There's also immediate bishop. There's even also immediate bishop moves back, yeah, but maybe it's not so strong. Try bishop f4, but I don't know. Knight d5, check,
Wait, oh yeah.
king f3. Okay, yeah, shouldn't be very much. So I think the best chance was probably that bishop c3, and we'll see what it goes for. One thing is for sure, already black has got some chances. Yeah, black has got some chances which he probably didn't deserve. And now, knowing Po Yu-Tian, he is not going to waste these chances. He is going to press them all the way. Yeah? Well, I guess they say the good player is always lucky, yeah? And he definitely got a bit of a lucky break here. But there is still a lot of work to be done, obviously. Okay, so in the meantime, let's go back and look at some other games. What other games do we have? We have okay, Isaac lost, that's for sure. So how did it happen? Oh yeah, he was already lost earlier. And I guess the pawns just pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed and it was finished. Takes and he lost. Okay. Actually great game by Aldar. Don't know who Aldar is, but it's a very nice game. Yeah, very nice technique, I have to say. It's quite beautiful and it was quite a beautiful end game, I have to say. Let's see. Well, I see our fifth student won, but we will save the good news until after he comes back. So in the meantime, let's see if there's anything else going on. Okay, there's none here. So we might jump to the clonal bots where okay, the game where where black was refusing to take a draw in a worse position, well white has won the game. And that's what happens when you try and press too hard. Yeah? So queen c7, queen b5. Wow! Rook d6 check, bishop g8, bishop f7, yeah? And wait, how does that? Oh, bishop c4 takes check, king h7, bishop g8, king h8, bishop c4 wins the queen. So you had to play queen e2 check, but rook f2. This is very nice. Takes, and now check, bishop f7 and loses exchange. And of course, white won the game. So that is why you should never underestimate your opponent. You shouldn't think my opponent is so bad they cannot possibly win a completely winning position, because that is when they do in a completely winning position and you just sit there like an idiot. Yeah, so don't do these things to yourself. It will save you a lot of pain. I know, trust me, I've had many experiences like this in the past. And okay, well, this game black did not. Oh, black took on e5. Yeah, we took on e5. We sort of didn't understand the reason why he wouldn't do it. Black dropped his knight back. Knight f3 takes and knight d4. So white's having a very nice and comfortable advantage, which is what we want when we're playing these lines. Okay. Any other games in progress? This one is finished. This one is nice. This one is also probably quite nice, I would think. For black, yeah, black's definitely pressing here. She'll take on f5 most probably. White's pieces have zero coordination, and she is a piece down. Okay, so it's winning. Next game. Wow. Okay, so this one the pawn just queens. Yeah, you bring your king. What? Wait, how did this happen? This one was already looking like it was going to be a draw. Yeah. If anything, I thought maybe white would be the one that's pressing. So I guess he overpressed, yeah? How did that happen? So where we left it was somewhere... Where did we leave it? We left it here, yeah. We were saying he had to play rook takes d7, which he did. We said he had to check, which he did. We said he had to play rook b1, which he did. And he took on f7, which to me seems like a risky decision. I feel like you should play rook d3. And if anyone is pressing, it is not white, yeah? So if anyone is pressing, it is not black. Yeah, because we can slowly try to bring our king. Yeah, it should be a draw, of course, but yeah. So where were we? We were here, right? Takes, yep, takes, check. But now, okay, there is this b pawn that you have to reckon with. I feel like white should have played rook b7, just to be absolutely sure that this pawn is not going. But I guess white was saying, okay, you know, white was so dejected. He said he couldn't possibly lose this to such a weak player. He was dejected and he was just playing the first whatever move he could think of. Rook c1 check, and white is rushing his king, and then the pawn gets to v2. Of course, it's still a draw, yeah? But okay, there was no reason to do this. We should play f3 and put the king on f4. And then, okay, at some point we push the stuff on the queen side. Yeah, here black won, of course. Rook c6 and white resigns. So, how do we actually get here? The king must have been able to come to the king side somehow. This is crazy. So, rook b5, rook b6, check. And the king came out, yeah, suddenly. White was sloppy with rook b5, let the king out, and before you know it, it was disaster. King f3, and the king just came to g1. That is a disaster. Absolute disaster. Rook g2. White can't even attack any of these pawns, yeah? Just king marches slowly and escorts the pawn. Rook c6. Great final move. Protecting this pawn on g6 and the pawn queen. So, white must resign. Well, talk about a bad day, yeah? So, for this guy, he forgets that there's a morning round, forfeits his game. Now then he needs to win to stay in the fight. Opponent plays well and it's a draw. Then he loses motivation to play, and then even loses the game. Talk about a bad tournament. Right, so let's go on to something else. Because this is too painful. We cannot stay here for too long. What is going on in this game? Well, we left this earlier on, where white had this sort of blockade in the light square, on the dark squares, and I was saying that black's play is associated usually with some sort of queen side push, which is, okay, in this case is absolutely true, yeah? Okay, we adjust the board a little bit, don't mind. Okay, so rook a d1. Yeah, and now black gets his play, b5, knight a5, and okay, knight c4. Black is playing well. And now the stuff on the queen side starts to push. Yeah, this is not very pleasant. Now white is getting outplayed. Somehow Christopher, after playing a great game against Po Yutian, has... I mean, the wheels have come off quite a bit. Yeah, he lost this morning, and he's probably going to... He's in big trouble now, and he might even lose this one. But okay, there are still chances. Now you will try to push h5, g5. Actually, maybe I'm too pessimistic. Yeah, because, okay, queen b2 is possible, but we can avoid the exchange. Yeah, play something like queen. We can even play something like... How do we avoid the exchange of the queen b2? Maybe that's a threat, yeah? So h5, queen b2 is coming. So white has to do something about that. It's not easy. Maybe you play bishop d3, so that if queen b2 we have bishop c4. That will win a piece. So maybe that is the way to do it. And then you are ready to push this way. Okay, still double-edged. I'm speaking too fast, yeah? Christopher's play may not be so impressive today as it was previously, but it's still decent. It's still decent. It's just that he played really well against Po Yutian, that's all. Like, it's not often that Po Yutian even drops a draw, and to be winning against Po Yutian is fantastic achievement. What can I say? Okay, so let's see. Let's go on to some other games. I think most games are finished now. We can go back to Po Yutian and see what's going on there. Alright, so let's see. Has Po Yutian made any progress at all? So bishop e5 was played, king e4, king e6, rook f5. Po Yutian put the bishop on f4. Interesting. And this was one of the lines that I thought wasn't that critical for black, because okay, there was knight d5, yeah? And it looks a bit dodgy, but everything is protected. Can give a check, but okay, king will come back, I guess, to f3. I don't know where, did it go to d3 or... Well, it went back to d3. I don't know, I would have gone back to f3 because I feel like I want my king close to the king side. But okay, I guess the bishop is attacked and... Okay, we still have... Actually, maybe White is the one playing for a win, yeah? I guess, I don't know. What happens after bishop c1? No, White can't be playing for a win. I guess you just check and go back, yeah? Or is this too much? Because you get, after all, rook g1. No, it is rook e5, wow, and then the king comes into f4. Alright. King d6, knight b5, okay. Just king c2 is probably easier, yeah. Okay, and this is draw, yeah? It's probably some sort of draw. In fact, black would have to be careful, actually, because the bishop doesn't have that many squares. But, okay, it's also not possible to trap it, so it must be a draw. Okay. King d3. So Poyutin's still thinking. Okay, if I go to e5, what happens? You go back to c3, yeah? I guess. No, okay, maybe it's going back to that line, yeah, with takes and rook e5. So I think actually king d3 was probably not that accurate. Yeah, maybe it was better to go to f3. Then bishop e5, maybe we can move the knight somewhere else. Oh, we have this, yeah? Oh yeah, this is nice, because bishop b2, there is knight d3. So that is actually pretty nice for us. And the reason why this is so much better than the previous line is because, well, the d3 square is not occupied by the king. Well, after king d3, if you do this, then I guess I can take it, yeah? Because you don't have the d3 square. Can also go rook g1, yeah. Which is also very nice. Again, you don't have knight d3. Okay, bishop e5 is played. We are going down this line. I guess knight c3 is forced. What else is there to do? He did play knight c3. Let's see what he goes for. I think he will have to go for bishop takes c3. Otherwise, there's nothing. And otherwise, even knight e4 could come. And you don't want knight e4 to come, because then you're not the one playing for a win. So he has to take. Absolutely. He now grabs the knight. And... okay, see how he recaptures. King c3, rook e5. Or bc3, rook e5. Does it make sense to go for king c3? Rook e5. That's an easy move to miss, I will say. It is an easy idea to miss. Rook f8 and maybe now rook e4. Okay, but rook a8 is still helping, yeah? Rook a8 is still enough for draw. Okay. And rook a4, maybe just a3, yeah? a3 is not. King e5 and... oh, right. Rook f8, you have rook g4. So now you just walk the king to f4 and take it. So b4 is necessary for some reason. Oh, after rook a2, yeah. Now there's rook g8. Maybe for those purposes, b3 is maybe safer. Takes and rook g8. That's a nice way to hold it. Okay. King c3 was played. And I guess he will have to play rook e5. There is no other way to play it. Otherwise, you're going to lose g5. And he has played. Well, actually, it's hovering. It's played rook e5. Okay. And we'll see. So rook trade is obviously impossible. You have to move the rook away. It's played rook f8. Fair enough. I'm also watching the game live. And now we'll see what he goes for. Actually, rook e3 looks like nice technique. Now I see the engine. Rook e3 is nice technique. Because if king d4, then rook g3 just takes the pawn, yeah? And it takes it with check, so there's no time for these rook a8 ideas. And if you play king c2, which you might have to, then it's good technique to force the king a little bit further. Yeah? Rook e4, and now there is no b4. So that is the difference. There is no b4 move. Here, there's still king b3, yeah? Takes... okay, and this is some sort of race. It should be fine, of course, but black pawn is starting to roll. And as we saw on the first day, it's not so easy to draw these sort of endgames. It's not so easy to make a draw here. Rook e3, nice technique. Poyutin, what do you expect, I guess? He has nice technique. Who would have known? Yeah, always gonna make these sarcastic comments. They seem to be popular, but okay, it is impressive how he's trying to press this. I think it's amazing how he sort of just squeezes these endgames for nothing. It's very nice. And honestly, I think this is one of his strengths. He's very good at these endgames. He's gonna press them all the way. And he's very opportunistic, so if you give him any chances at all, he's gonna make use of it. Between rook g3 and rook e4. Both look very tempting, I have to say. See which one he goes for. Both sides are actually very low on time, actually. Hoyton just has about a little more than a minute. So, the reason why rook e4 is actually better, and I'm doing this with the engine because I wouldn't be able to figure it out otherwise, is because after rook a8, there is this move rook a4, which we were talking about earlier. And the point of forcing the king to... Okay, Hoyton is strong, he's found it. And the point of forcing the king to d2 is so that there is no b4 idea. Because if you remember earlier on, if we were doing this with the king on c3, so I was saying we go rook e4 here, yeah? The thing is that now, after rook a4, there is the move b4, which is very nice. And if takes... Sorry, before rook takes a2, there is now rook g8. And it's impossible to protect pawn on g5, yeah? Of course, it's still nice for black, yeah? But... okay, it's hard to make progress. And if a5, I reckon it will probably be closer to a draw than anything. Because the white king can already come and try to attack these pawns here. And if the rook goes anywhere, then the pawn on a5 drops. So, this was not to be allowed. That's why rook e3 was very strong. And then rook e4. It's a fantastic technique. And... we will probably see this on the board, yeah? Because I don't see any other great move than rook e8. Other moves just lose this pawn for nothing. If you go rook e8, check king d5. Thank you for helping me to improve my king, Hoyton will say. So, white is in big trouble. And this all started from the move knight c3 when he changed his defensive formation. Because this formation was so solid, all he had to do was to play b3. And it would be so solid that black couldn't make progress. But when he played knight c3, he took his solid formation and removed one of the best pieces in his formation. And this actually led to a very unpleasant situation. And now I reckon he's going to lose this game. No, it's still a long way, of course. And objectively, it is still closer to a draw. But given the trajectory of the game, I think it's not very... I think the prognosis is maybe not that good for white. And you can see he is not looking very confident. Hoyton he's getting excited, as he should be. Because his chances are... he's suddenly getting chances in a position which he had none. Which is absolutely fantastic news. Right. So let's jump back and see if there are any other games. Any other games at all? Right, so it appears that that is the last game. There is no other real game of consequence on... it's not on ID chess. Okay, so rook a8 was played. And now he will of course play rook a4. Will not like to take that pawn for sure. I expect he plays it relatively quickly. By the way, white is getting pretty low on the clock as well, so... you know... yeah, I played rook a4. Of course, a3 played instantly, defending the pawn. And now it's time to bring the king. Question is how? King e5 looks logical. Of course. Okay, white should probably play king e3. Otherwise, king f4 is crushing on the spot. So rook takes g4. Probably is what you have to do, yeah? Rook a7. Check. What? King d5? Wow, this is too deep for me. This is too deep for me. Why king d5? What is wrong with king e5? Well, I guess his idea is that after king e3, he wants to go king c4. That's the only reason I can see why he would do that. He wants to go king c4, king b3. Which, let's be honest, it looks very, very dangerous and it looks winning for black. So maybe after king d5, you need king d3. What's the difference here? Is it that now you play rook g4 and there is a rook g3 check sighting? Or something, I don't quite get this. King d5? This is epic. Rook g4? No, this is nothing, yeah? This is not very much. Check and... what? It's king c2? King d2 even. Okay. And rook comes. Hello there.
I'm Marlon from the Philippines.
Hi. Nice to meet you.
Madam C.
Yeah.
I just arrived from Manila.
Oh, fantastic. Do you want to join the stream?
Yeah, no
Yeah.
problem.
Please have a seat. Have a seat. Yeah. I was just admiring Poyutian's
What a game.
fantastic endgame technique. Because it was already draw, yeah? By the way, do you want to introduce yourself to the viewers?
Hello, good evening. I'm Marlon Bernardino. I just arrived from, here from Manila.
Nice.
And I would like to thank Madam C for inviting me, to visit the prestigious Eastern Asian Youth Championship, and to the all parent coaches, officials of different federation. Congratulations, because this is one of the best event, especially for the youth.
Oh yeah. for
And
sure.
you know what why? Malaysia is very meaningful to me. I remember when I was in college, my first tournament in Malaysia is the Rakamuda Grand Asian Chess Challenge way back
Oh
1999.
wow.
1999.
That's a long time
I
ago.
don't know what old are you. 1999.
No, I wasn't even born then.
Maybe that time your father and
It was-
mother courting each other.
Yeah,
1999.
It's a long time ago.
1999, and my batchmate is like international master Leo Dede, like that, grandmaster Dashabeg, like that. 1999, then 2000, I end up 1999, I end up top 10.
Oh, nice. Fantastic.
But in Penang, this is my third time to visit Penang.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
And in all listeners of this famous live streaming, what's your name again, sir?
Chan Kim Yu.
Shanky,
Kim Yu.
PD Master, right?
Yes.
PD Master dyan. Visit Penang, because Penang, you will see a lot of beautiful places, and Penang is one of the part of heritage, right, in UNESCO. And I have a
Absolutely.
lot of friends in Singapore. Weekends they go to Penang to taste the different delicacy of food in Penang.
Yep, absolutely.
And I would like congratulate the chess wizard in Penang, PD Master po, right?
Yes.
Because I'm here in last April, who wins the event? Yeah,
Yep.
yeah,
I think he will win. Just look, because this game is actually for the lead, yeah?
yeah.
If he wins this game, he will be sole leader. And he will have pretty much clear the road ahead because he has played all the top seeds. So maybe except Q. So he will have to like not lose to Q, but he will not lose, yeah.
Yeah, but
He will have white, he will not lose, yeah. So okay, we're actually looking at this game. Actually I thought it would be draw already because here it was like knight on e4 was so solid.
yeah, solid.
It's like the best knight, yeah? It's like you cannot win. And then he switched his formation, knight c3. And I was like, it's gonna be a draw. And as soon as he played knight c3, I was like, okay, break over, back
Yeah,
to the
yeah,
stream.
yeah,
Because
yeah.
it's like, okay, now the chances are coming, yeah? Now rook f5, and now he plays fantastic. He plays this, okay, and checks. Actually, he should have played king d3, so that actually, he should have played king f3, yeah? Actually,
yes,
because
king f3.
Because actually, there was a nice line after... Sorry, their moves are coming really quickly.
It means
But,
black
yeah,
wins
after
in this
bishop-
game.
I think black will win this game, yeah? I think bishop e5, there was knight b4, yeah?
Yeah,
so
yeah,
that
yeah.
they could block the bishop and the rook, and that would save the game. But because the king is on d3, you cannot go to d3 with the knight.
Yes,
And
yes.
so knight c3 is only move, and now for e10 is played fantastic. Oh, that's move. Rook e5. You cannot. I think it's easy move to miss. Yeah, you can't trade the rooks because king f4 wins.
King F4, yeah.
And now check. This is very nice actually because you force the king further away. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
and yeah, king d2 and now rook e4 because you couldn't go to d4 because rook g3 and he take the pawn with check.
Yes, yes, yes.
So instead he had to go to c2. Yeah, he had to go to d2, and now the king is far, and now this allows him to play king d5.
Yeah.
Very, very classy.
Yeah.
Because if he plays king e5, then king e3.
Yes, yes.
And if you take, then this is already close to draw.
Yeah, yeah.
But king d5, if you go king e3, king c4, this is very nice. And so white played king c3, but now Paul is protecting pawn. He plays a5, and now this pawn is trouble. Yeah.
Yes,
Check,
yes.
and now Poyutin is going to win that pawn.
That's
King b5.
and rest is history.
Yeah.
And for me, rook and pawn endgame is like playing queen and pawn endgame. There's a possible draw. If you are good in endgame, draw is position, you can win. Losing position, you can salvage a draw.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I feel like
And this is what happened.
I think that's absolutely true, yeah. Because there are endless possibilities.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I have studied rook endgames my whole life, and yet I still keep making mistakes in them. Yeah. There are endless possibilities, and it's so easy to. Have I spoken too early? Because suddenly he gets cut with rook c7.
But
It's a draw now, yeah. Because you put the rook on g7,
yeah.
you can never play b5.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Because you can never bring a rook around.
Yeah.
Now it's a draw, I think. Okay, wait, but maybe he can play rook f5 and play b5. Check
Yes,
and
yes,
go
yes.
back.
Yeah.
So it is not over yet, yeah? So he has to play rook f5, and he is trying for b5. That's the key.
Yes.
Okay, it's not so easy. King c3, he will play b5. Yeah? I don't know what else he will play other than king c3. Otherwise, if he goes for... Maybe he can try rook g6, yeah? So stop b5. But I don't know.
If FMPO beat I think this from China or from Vietnam?
From
Right?
Vietnam, it's 2200, so it's strong, huh?
Yeah, he can take solo lead.
He will be solid, yeah. Yeah, but anyway, I don't think this is good because this king b7, yeah? I know computer says it's draw, but if I was white, I think it's bad, yeah? It looks very bad. Okay, firstly, check is not helping because king will run to c5
Yes.
and b4 and a3, and then you will lose for sure.
Yeah.
You will lose,
What
yeah.
about the time?
Time, both sides have about 2 minutes, but okay, with increment, yeah, 30 seconds.
But sometimes
So-
sometimes pressure because these events from standard and going to blitz.
Yeah,
You know
yeah.
that the pressure.
Yeah, because there's no extra time. Yeah. It's
Yeah,
not like you get extra time after
yeah.
move 40 or move 60 and you can
Even though we see in engine it's a draw, but there's a time element, and there's the pressure because we are watching, we are not playing. We can conclude it's a draw, but if you are in the board,
yeah.
that's the different story.
Actually, I
Right,
think
there's the pressure.
I think black has very good winning chances here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because b5 is going to come. He will play b5, I guess.
Yes.
Because I don't know how he makes progress without b5. So b5 will have to come at some point. Yeah. Oops, sorry. b5. He have to take. Yeah. Let's say king b5. Maybe he doesn't take. Or maybe he checks first. Yeah. He should check first. He should not take. Otherwise, king activate. Yeah. So he should check
Yeah.
first, and then he takes. Rook b5.
Or picks, yeah.
I don't know why this is draw. To me, this looks dangerous.
But you can put rook here, then
Exactly,
king over
then king move over.
Yeah.
To me, this looks so dangerous. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's scary for white because if king go here,
Yeah, and yeah, for Paul, it is no problem with time because his moves are
and
easy.
the
yeah?
the idea of black exchange the point in A and B, and there's a outside pass point,
Exactly, yeah.
right?
Yeah, because king will be far, yeah. So you cut king and then you bring your king over and
Yeah.
finish, yeah. So maybe it is possible to draw, but the defense will be some sort of miracle. Yeah.
it depends to the nerves
Yeah.
and skill of
Maybe
the
you
both
can
player.
take and play some sort of king c4.
And then rook,
Maybe that's the way.
rook.
But then you go rook f5.
Then what?
Then I think b4 had to be played at some point.
B4?
Because if I not trade this guy, I will lose.
Oh, B4?
Guaranteed.
B4, okay, I capture it.
You take, yeah?
And then king.
King b4. Okay, let's see. I think this should be draw. Okay. But my king is very close, yeah?
Yeah. It's a draw.
Yeah. Where were we looking? My king is very close. So king c4, we're looking at this. Yeah, my king is very close.
Yeah.
I will come first.
Then after that, king here, then, yeah, it's a draw.
Then it's easy, yeah?
Yeah,
Once king
yeah.
is in front of pawn, it's easy.
Yeah.
So maybe we need to do this in more...
And the aim of black, not exchange the a pawn.
Exactly. He has to keep these pawns. Otherwise, because if you keep these pawns, white king has to be close. Otherwise,
Yeah.
maybe this pawn will get lost, yeah? So, if you can exchange this, white king will immediately run. And then they will be draw. Because white king will run here.
Yes.
Yeah. But if you cannot exchange it, they will be lost. So, I think, because both sides, white has like less than 2 minutes. For Po, it's not time. It's not problem with time. Because his moves, he can make many fast, yeah? Many moves he can make fast. But for white, no, he cannot make fast, right? Because a move like b4 you cannot make fast, because if it's losing, then it is lost. Yeah, you have to be sure it's not lost. So, yeah, king c4. Where were we looking at this? Yeah,
It's a top game for both players.
yeah. It's actually both sides played well this game. A b4. Sorry, rook f5. Maybe b4 we can try. I don't know. Maybe we try a4. It's possible. I'm not sure.
FM Chan, this is my one of the delicacies in the Philippines.
Oh,
Toasted peanuts.
thank
and
you so much.
The other one I will
Fantastic.
give to Madam C.
Thank you. Thank you
It's
a
a
lot.
peanuts. You know, it's good. You analyze, then take
Then eat.
peanut.
Oh, it is very good, huh?
Right? Because you don't have a time to eat, right?
Actually,
then
yeah.
peanuts, then water peanuts.
Absolutely, yeah.
They said if you eat peanuts, brain much better.
Okay. So actually, I should bring to game, yeah. And while I'm playing, I should be eating. Oh wow.
Madam C, there's a peanuts, okay?
The spots are falling. Oh,
Yeah.
thank you. Yeah.
Madam C, the
Thank you so
peanuts, ah,
much.
the peanuts.
I will happily
Because,
accept your gift.
FM, we need peanuts so that our brain much.
Oh, nice.
Much,
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Because we think so much.
You think so much,
Yeah.
right? But like you're busy live streaming. How can you take take a break? But if you have a peanuts, that's okay.
Then we should eat during the live stream.
Yeah.
No, we should ask this person to sponsor us.
No.
And then we'll be eating, we are showing, yeah?
So that's
This is the best way.
in December, I think there's a Penang International in December, so that the
Yeah,
peanuts will sponsor,
absolutely.
right?
It should be sponsor, yeah? Wow. Oh, by the way, sorry to interrupt, but there is crazy move b4. Maybe this is fantastic. A b4, king c4.
Okay.
This is amazing move, b4.
It's draw.
It's draw.
It's draw.
So it's not winning.
It's
Sorry
draw.
we jinxed it.
It's
We
draw.
was, but I actually thought there were chances to win. Yeah?
The Vietnamese player,
He's-
what the score? Ahead of one or half point or 4 point?
They were both 4.5, and
But
then the
tie
rest all
break.
4.
But tie break.
I'm not sure. I think the Vietnamese has a little bit more. But actually, the thing about Puritan, he doesn't need good tiebreak because he need only to tie because he only needs one norm. If you tie for first, he will get the norm, and he will be IM because he is already 24. He has 2 norms. Yeah,
Okay.
he's 2400. He has 2 norms.
But I
So
think that's draw, right?
if he tie for first, he will get the norm anyways. But b4 is a great move. What can I say? Now they are just a4 was played. What? What happened? King b7, take. Oh dear. Rook b5, and now b4, yeah? And black play a4.
Yeah. Only move.
Yeah,
Yeah.
otherwise
Some
draw
some
straight, yeah?
trick, right?
Yeah.
You know the pressure.
Yeah, the pressure, still the pressure is on, yeah.
Yeah.
And the game is not updating. I don't know why.
Yeah, yeah.
It is taking some time to update. Okay, he gave a check and he played King B6 and his white is repeating. So, this is nice because if King C7, he will go Rook A6.
Yes, yes.
And he will take A4.
Yes.
So it is now draw. There is no other way, yeah? There is no way. Check and it is draw now.
Strong.
Okay, he's repeating King B7. Now it will be check again. And then check and check and check until draw. If you don't want to accept draw, you check some more. Yeah. Okay. And now he will be Rook A7. G4 takes and G3 you just go Rook A1.
Yeah.
It is way too slow, the G4. I think he will try King D5, but okay, it will be draw.
King D5, what happened this pawn? D5.
Oh no, I mean Rook A7 he will try King G5. Yeah, King D5, yeah. Of course if Rook is here, no King D5. Okay, it will be draw, yeah. He's already Rook A7 and he will take it. And they will be shaking hands very soon. And we can go home. And you can have a rest after a long flight, yeah?
Yeah, and you know what? I really appreciate taking a train because my first visit in Penang, taking a Scoot Airline Manila, Singapore, Penang. My second visit last April, Manila, Kuala Lumpur, taking a bus, 6 hours going to Penang. However, the bus doesn't have a restroom.
Oh dear.
But there's a stopover, right?
Yeah.
But in train, maybe if there's such as players, listeners, you want to participate a future Penang event, maybe much better taking a train. Because train, 4 hours, and there's you can buy a food inside in the train, and there's a restroom. So beautiful, so clean restroom.
You took the ETS, is it?
Yeah.
From Bandar Tasik,
Yeah.
So it's very good, yeah. Oh, by the way, draw has been agreed. They are shaking hands and signing score sheets or signing tablets because now they don't use score sheets. They're using the tablets. I'm old-fashioned. I don't like the tablets. I think it's wrong to move on the tablet, but it is me. I am old-fashioned in that way. I think if you want to broadcast, you should have DGT boards and beautiful ones.
Yeah.
But of course, it is expensive, yeah. Maybe not too much more expensive than those mobile boards. Yeah.
Actually, I have a DGT board in Philippines. Unfortunately, one of the piece, the knight, doesn't work. I don't know what to do.
How long? When did you buy the board?
No, actually, my friend sell to me in a cheapest price
I
because
see.
because her daughter doesn't want to play continue chess.
Oh,
Eh, she bought the DGT 27,000 pesos. How much 27,000 pesos RM?
about 2,500 ringgit.
Yeah, but I bought it 10,000 pesos. But it's a brand
That
new.
is cheap, huh?
Yeah, but however, the night doesn't work. I don't know what to do, or I don't know. Maybe I will ask the supplier if there's an extra night,
Yeah.
so I can buy.
You can email them actually because there is a warranty for these boards. Yeah. But I don't know how old it is because if it's just like if it's more than 5 years old, I think warranty is already
Yeah, I
expired.
think
Yeah.
they both. My friend bought the DGT board. Maybe the time doesn't have a pandemic time. Maybe 2017.
It is more than more than the warranty. Yeah. Because I've heard that some players they have the rook. Yeah. Actually, for mine, actually my rook it broke, and we email and they send new
Really?
one. Yeah. But that was like maybe 2-3 years after we bought it. Because it was the pieces, the rook, the side was very fragile, so it dropped down and it broke. Yeah,
By the way,
so that's why.
PD Master,
Yeah,
do you already visit Philippines? Not yet.
only once, but I should go back. I went to Manila.
You play the
We-
tournament?
No,
Or
I
just
went
visit?
just to because Oliver Di Makiling
Yeah, he's
he
my good
asked me.
friend.
Yeah,
Di Makiling, yeah.
He used to coach me when I was a kid.
Yeah, Di Makiling right now is in Dubai.
Yes, I
And
heard.
he's one of the most active Filipino vlogger in United Arab Emirates. The name of the vlog, I think, Charge Max.
Yeah, he has a
Yeah.
YouTube channel. Go and subscribe to Judge
Yeah,
Max
Judge Mark.
Entertainment.
And by the way,
nice.
the other Filipino, happy birthday. You know that Haridas Pascua birthday today.
Oh,
You
really?
know Haridas,
Yeah,
right?
I know Haridas.
But
Yeah.
Haridas already stopped playing chess anymore.
Yeah, because he's coaching. Yeah.
Yeah, but maybe if because Haridas need only points to get full-fledged gem title, right? He already 3 norms, I think. Huh?
He already
yeah.
3 norms.
But the points is the problem, right?
Yeah.
That's the problem of Ronald Dableo and Daniel Kison.
But Daniel, he will be. Yeah.
Yeah.
Leo, it will be hard. Yeah, because he is already older. Quizon, it is only matter of time.
But so the chance of Kison in World Junior lost last round, right? If he win, tie for champion. In the World Junior,
then he gets the title straight, huh?
I don't know what the ruling if you are in the World Junior finish tie for champion. I think outright Grandmaster if you are a sole champion.
Yeah.
But
I think if you win on tiebreak, it's a
but
grandmaster.
if Daniel Kison won the last round, I don't know if tie for champion or second place because the best ever finish of a Filipino in World Junior, courtesy of Rogelio Barcinilla, third place, and Nelson Mariano.
Yeah.
But not the little guy, the grandmaster.
So which one? The number 2.
Number 2, not number
2.
3.
Yeah.
You saw Mariano Brothers in August. What the Datmo.
Yeah, I met them like back in 2015.
2015.
Actually, it was the first time I met them.
How old you?
I was
2015.
13.
13.
It was a long time ago. I wasn't even 2000 at the time. I was tiny.
Because
So that was a long time ago.
lot of Filipino playing in Malaysia, especially in August.
Yeah,
The
Malaysian
Datmo,
Open,
right?
yeah.
Malaysian
Yeah,
Open.
it was then we met them, yeah.
Like,
Because also the Makiling introduced.
Mariano, Di Makiling, Pascua, the senior player, Bagamasbad, the late Manaog, Stewart Manaog. Maybe you heard Stewart Manaog.
Yes, yeah, pity. He was a great guy, the best gentleman in chess, yeah.
And Carlo Lorena.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Carlo.
Because
yeah.
lot of Filipino, because Malaysia near in Philippines, lot of Filipino want to, participate Malaysian event.
Yeah, and also Manny Senador. We used to
Manny
be in
Senador, yeah, Manny.
we
He's-
have so
he's-
many team events
Yeah,
with
Manny,
him. So,
yeah.
great loss to
Yeah.
chess, yeah.
Manny Senador, yeah. Rolando Nolte, Manny Senador, Ronald Bangkod, Cristobal Castellano. You know Castellano?
Yes,
Chris?
yes, the singer.
The singer? Yeah. He's an opera singer. And do you
Yes.
believe there is a tournament in the Philippines called Philippine Artists? It means you can participate if you are true artist, true singer. And you know what? Castellano won the event, but lot of participants doubted if he is an artist. And you know what? He sang Nesen Dorme.
Yeah.
Nesen Dorme is a Italian
Yes.
and
An aria, very famous aria, very difficult aria.
and
Yeah.
I think the grandmaster from Bangladesh also a singer, Nias Mursid.
Is it?
Yeah. Castellano said to me, even though Di Makiling nice. Di Makiling also
Yeah,
great
he's
singer and
nice one.
great joker.
Oh yeah, he's a great guy, all around great guy.
Anyway, FM, there's another game we can analyze. Oh, that's it.
I think that's all. Yeah, I
That's
think all
all.
the games are finished. Yeah, at least most of them. Some of the broadcasts it is stuck. That's the issue because it's a mobile phone. It is not a board. It is stuck here. So yeah.
By the-
all the important ones, it is finished. Yeah.
By the way, happy birthday, Haridas Pascua.
Oh yeah.
Birthday, Haridas.
Happy birthday, Haridas. I mean, haven't really been in touch with you, but my best wishes, yeah, if you're watching this.
You have a lot
They're
of
not, then it's
Filipino.
fine.
You have a lot of Filipino friends, right? Haridas
Yeah.
Pascua. Bagamasbad. You know Efren?
Yes,
Bagamasbad?
Bavia Masbad, of
He will
course.
play in the Asian Senior. Maybe
Again.
he won in Mongolia third straight time.
He won last year also.
He won in New Zealand. He won in Tagaytay this time.
Oh, so he's sweeping, yeah.
But
He should give chance because the winner is getting IM, yeah. He
yeah,
should give chance to some other guy to
and
get.
you know the winner not only outright IM but get GM norm. But there's a ruling in PIDE because I asked Casto Toti Abundo, a Filipino based in Dubai and part of the PIDE officials and one of the
Right.
great organizer and arbiter. Uh, I have a question. If Bagamasbad won this edition, he can get the GM title? No. Because the ruling of the PIDE, if you won two senior event, the third GM norm you must get in an open tournament or a round robin event.
Okay.
Especially in Asian,
So not direct title.
yeah,
Cannot.
especially in Eastern Asian youth, right?
Yep.
There's a GM norm here.
But it cannot be 3 Asian
Yes,
junior.
yes,
It can
they-
be 2 Asian junior and 1 Dubai Open.
yes, that's
but
it.
not
That's it.
not 3 Asian junior, yeah. But also he has to reach 25. Has he crossed 2500?
Daniel Kison,
I mean, Bagamasbad.
that's the big problem. He's
Because
rating is
that's the problem,
2100.
yeah.
2100.
It's like if he's crossed in the past, then good for him, yeah.
But the
now
problem
it's hard.
is 2100. But for Bagamasbad, he was happy if he achieved 3 GM norm as
I
GM
see.
elect, right? Maybe if he can beat World Senior defending champion, I think Jannan. If
Oh yeah, if he win World Senior, direct
but,
GM.
but you will play Baganyan, Jannan. Oh no. And
Yeah,
the
it's
65
hard.
over, but the 50 is the defending champion, Michael Adams.
No,
That's my good friend.
whatever. John Nan is one thing. Michael
By the
Adams,
way,
no way, no way.
Maybe we that's my friend also.
Yeah, see now. Hey, see now is watching. Wanna come?
It's my good
No,
friend.
shy. Tomorrow you come, see now.
Yeah.
No, tomorrow's
That's
rest
the rest
day.
day.
Day after you come.
And you know, I would like to, to say sorry to Madam C because I overlaps my schedule. I didn't see that tomorrow is rest day. Supposed to be I will arrive today 11 in the evening when I know when Madam C said to me tomorrow is rest day. We changed the ticket. At least we catch the afternoon train, then have a chance to hear in live streaming with the game of one of the future of Malaysia or Penang, FM po,
Yeah.
right?
Soon to be IM po.
Yeah, and I'm no doubt because I know po.
Maybe soon to be GM po. We never know. Yeah.
You
The
know,
way he is improving, it's like
yeah. And
it's crazy.
I think maybe this time Malaysia have a grandmaster because Singapore latest grandmaster is Sidarat, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Siddharth Jagadesh.
Yeah, and I hope Po will become a grandmaster.
Yeah. We all hope that he becomes a grandmaster.
I remember because right now I'm 46 years old. When my time and also Robert Suelo, Malaysia Soap is I am the famous player from Malaysia. I am Mas.
Mas Hafizu.
Yeah, Mas. I am Mas.
It's a real gentleman of the game. Yeah. Really nice guy.
I am Mas, Robert Suelo, Nguyen Andong, they are batch in Asian Junior held in Macau. 1996. Maybe that time your father, mother may be courting each other.
I'm not sure whether that had met at the time.
1996. And I don't know, our good friend PD Master, how old? 1996.
Sorry, who?
You,
8.
8.
Still baby. Were you even playing chess then? No, no way. No way.
I met this guy through Yeah, PD Master Nelson Villanueva, you know Nelson, right?
Who doesn't know Nelson?
And you know what happened? This guy treat me and Nelson, and what happened? I sleep in the movie, then snore. Disgusting. When I saw the movie's finished already. Anyway, these games we can example to our student how can we play rook and pawn endgame, how can despite phone down, how can we salvage a draw, and a clap for Dang. He's stand up in the position despite phone down. He saw the exchange pawn that that forced the position in a draw.
Exactly. So it's fantastic defense.
Fantastic defense from Vietnamese star, and good game for future of Malaysia's uh, first GM FMPO. Good luck
Absolutely.
to Warriors. Anyway, for Filipino, I don't know what happened to our bet, Trebiscu and Arca, but good luck to the Filipino.
I think Travis did very well.
Yeah.
Arca had one of the worst days of his life, I guess. He came late this morning or something, forfeited round one,
Really.
and then round two lost the drawn endgame, a drawn rook endgame.
And
I think he overpressed. Yeah.
and I think
So
Arca
it's-
need to prepare his standard style, because me, I'm the coach of Arca in Italy in World
Well,
Youth last
yeah.
year. Arca won the Blitz competition.
Yeah, he's strong in blitz.
Then Arca go to, I think, Indonesia, won the rapid competition. In Sabah, he won the rapid and blitz. I'm no doubt to Arca. It's very fast. If you know, there's a Philippine there called David Elorta. It's very fast.
Yes.
Yeah, and
When I went to Manila,
you know
I met him. I
Elorta?
was like, oh, who is this guy? And then he's like, oh, I give you 5 minutes. I take 1 minute. I was 1900,
What happened?
20-0.
Huh?
20-0.
What? 20-0?
And then I won one, and then he won another 15 more. It was ridiculous.
But right now, maybe he cannot give you 5-1.
Maybe not. Maybe not now.
Oh, what happened? Maybe 15-0. You're 15-0. Then I think Elorta is my good friend.
Oh, nice. Yeah. He's still active in chess? Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
He ended up top 10 in a tournament in Mindanao, won by Daniel Kison.
Oh, nice.
Daniel Kison, 7.5. Michael Concho, 7.5. Darwin Lilo, 7.5. And one of the rising star of the Philippines, Eric Labog, 7.5. I know if you heard Labog, newly IM. I think he get also in Eastern Asia in Tagaytay. Yeah. I don't know who's playing for the Philippines in Olympiad. In Malaysia, you
I
will play?
mean, we know for your Quizon, yeah? And then the rest, we are not sure.
100,
to be sure, but the rest we don't know.
100% will play because 100% Kisum will play because he's the national champion. And
Yeah.
I think for the women, maybe our top player is Praina. You know Praina, right?
Frina Chanel, yeah?
Yeah. I don't know if Janelle will play the men's side or women's side. It depends to Danielle. If Janelle, if she will play in the men's side or women's side.
We will see, I guess.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Okay. So thank you very much for joining me. It's a pleasure having you on the stream.
Yeah.
And to all our viewers, thank you very much for staying to the end. And we'll be back, well, day after tomorrow, because tomorrow is going to be a rest day. So yeah, we're going to take a break, a much needed break, and I'll see you on Thursday, yeah? Wait, Friday. Now it's Wednesday. Yeah. Forgot which day it is. Too tired. Alright, thank you so much, and I'll see you. Cheers and bye for now.
Sir, picture.